wonderful achievers and women who are transforming the face of banking and financial services in Nigeria, those who have accomplished, those who have reached the height, and those of us that are coming right behind. Thank you so much for having me today as your compare. Tonight is going to be a beautiful night because we're not just celebrating years or decades, the 4 decades that we have been here as an organization or as an institution, but we are celebrating people who have achieved and attained. We are celebrating the courage for the future. We are celebrating all that we have done in the past and the forward and the future that we look forward to. Thank you so much, everyone. We're going to move on very quickly in tonight's event. It's a 3-part event because we're going to be celebrating, recognizing, also taking some learning and charge from our guest of honor, and of course, our keynote speaker tonight. I want to acknowledge the presence of our keynote speaker who's been here a while. I want to say thank you so much for making it out on time. We really appreciate you. Please, let's recognize and appreciate her. Sorry. Thank you very much. Okay, so on behalf of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, I welcome you to this very auspicious occasion where we are celebrating the 40th anniversary of this great institution. Can we give a big round of applause to APWB? It's not been easy. People have come, they've laid the foundations, the shoulder of whom we have all continued to carry on this great vision. And I'm happy to welcome you to tonight's occasion. To get us started with tonight's event, I'd like to please welcome on stage our first vice president here at APWB to take us in an opening prayer. As with everything that is good and great, it starts with God. So please, let's welcome on stage Mrs. Rafiat Onitiri, FCIB. You have to use that side, ma.
Let us pray. Take the stage, Lord, in the lives of APWB. Father, for all that you have done for the past 4 decades, that we are still standing, it's not by our making. Father, for all the blessings that have poured upon us, for us to witness this day, take all the glory, take all the honor, take all the adoration. Take the stage, Lord, and have your way. Be at the center, O Lord, of what we are about to witness this evening. And when you are done, Father, please take the glory. We can only be satisfied, O Lord, to see you glorified in all that we have laid down to do this evening. For the souls of the departed, since the inception of APWB, Father, we pray that you have mercy upon their souls. And you let them have resting haven in your bosom. If they are watching us wherever they are, let them also partake of the glory that you have bestowed for us. Your praise will bless you at all times, Father, and your praise will continually be in our mouth for that which you have done for us. It's marvelous in our sight. And we pray, O Lord, upon your unchanging word and your assured promises, the next phase of our 40 years, Father, we want to commit into your able hands, O Lord, from this moment on, that you will take charge, you will take control, you will lead us, you will guide us, and pray, Father, that whatever we lay our hands upon in the journey of our Father, thank you, blessed Redeemer, for the remaining days in this month to usher us into the new year. Father, give us the grace to finish well and to finish strong. That where the accounting, Father, we will not be left out. We will not be missing. All this we have asked in the present name of our precious Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. Thank you very much. 40, they say, is the number of new beginning. They say life begins at 40. So it's a new lease of life for APWB as we celebrate 4 solid decades of incredible achievement, of great work, of trust, like we saw here. It's a night of celebration of trust, of prosperity, of innovation. And we cannot but be thankful to God for the incredible opportunity to gather together to celebrate. So tonight, please, I'd like us to please pay homage to this great nation, Nigeria, before we move on into all other niceties. Please, may we rise to our feet as we, in the spirit of patriotism, and with that resonating deeply in our heart, recognize our nation, Nigeria, by honoring it with the national anthem. Media, are we ready? Thank you. An anthem, please. No, please, before we take our seat, we have a CIBN anthem. Please, let's have that as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, we may have our seat, please. Thank you. God bless Nigeria. God bless CIBN. Yes. Okay, I'd like to very well proceed to recognizing some of the dignitaries that we have in the room tonight. I'd like to recognize the presence of our parent body. We call it the national body. Members of the CIBN are here present, and we are led by a man that is very well respected in the industry and far beyond that. Yes, thank you very much. I think we still have a lot of discussion going on in the room, and it's great to network but it would be nice to also be part of what's going up on stage here. Okay, maybe we can just get to know ourselves a bit more. Maybe if we don't. Do you know the person sitting next to you? I learned something for the Nobel laureate Chimamanda Adichie. She says that you do not admire in silence. Okay, so pass a compliment to the person sitting next to you. Let's have that moment of tete-a-tete very quickly. Can you just compliment the beautiful lady? You look gorgeous. You look great. Okay, and the handsome man too. Please compliment them all. They are here in the room giving us moral support. Please admire their white beard. We can see the chief catalyst here. Your white beards are just amazing. Please tell them you are aging gracefully. And we are getting younger more and more nicely. Please, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'd like to quickly proceed to recognize. I'd like to recognize the presence of. But we can. So I'd like to acknowledge, even though he's on his way in absential, I'd like to acknowledge the president and chairman of council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Dr. Okpara. Please, can we just put our hands together for him, even in absential? Please, let's put our hands together for him. I know he's on his way here. He will be with us shortly. And then we'd also like to acknowledge in here in the room the presence of the first vice president of CIBN, Professor Pius Deji Olanrewaju, FCIB. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Thank you so much for supporting us at the APWB. We acknowledge you. Thank you so much, sir. We'd also like to recognize the presence of the National Treasurer of the CIBN, Mrs. Mojisola Bakari Asiru, FCIB. Please, can we put our hands together for her? Thank you. I'd like to recognize the presence of the Registrar Chief Executive of the CIBN, Mr. Akim Morakio, HCIB. Thank you very much, sir. You are welcome. We acknowledge you and we celebrate you. Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to recognize the presence of the past registrar, Dr. Sheye Awojobi. You are welcome, sir. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you so much, sir. One important person I'd very well like to recognize tonight and who is in this room is our chief host, because without her and the incredible team at the APWB, we will not be gathered today. Please, can we put our hands together for the beautiful, the soft-spoken, the amazing achiever, the woman who has continued to hold the reins here at APWB. Please, let's put our hands together for Mrs. Funke Ladimeji, FCA HCIB. Thank you so much for putting this together. Thank you to you and the incredible team at the APWB. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'd like to recognize the presence of our keynote speaker. She's much more than a keynote speaker to us today. She's an active participant here at APWB. She's a woman of great stature. She's an incredible achiever. She's somebody I admire a lot. She has a brand. She is a brand. She is a motivation to many, an inspiration to many more, I must say. She is our keynote speaker tonight. Please, let's put our hands together as we recognize the presence of the chairman of EcoBank, former MD of Standard Chartered Bank, Mrs. Bola Adeshola. Please, let's put our hands together for her, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd also like to recognize the presence of one of our panelists tonight. Is someone that we all know so much. And I'm sure he's married to, I think, a businesswoman banker who was a banker now a real businesswoman. He is known as the Catalyst, one of Africa's finest, foremost life coach, cognitive behavioral psychologist, is the chief catalyst at OLCA. Please let's put together for Mr. Ari Olushola. Thank you. Better. Thank you very much. Thank you. We will continue with the introductions. We do have them now. I'd like to recognize the presence of Dr. Segun Aino, OF, is as president of the CIBN. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you. I'd also like to recognize the presence of Dr. Uche Olowu, MNI, FCIB, another past president of the CIBN. Thank you very much. So can we do better? But it's getting low. And media, can we check the sound? Thank you very much. Okay, yes, we have the hard copy of the event brochure with us. There's also the QR code scan. If you do not want a hard copy, we have a QR code, which you can also scan to get a copy of that. Thank you very much. We're proceeding with the program of tonight's event, and I would like to call on our chief host, who is the chairperson of the Association of Professional Women Bankers here in Nigeria. I'd like to please, let's put our hands together. I'd like to implore us to please put our hands together as we welcome her for the welcome address tonight at this very auspicious occasion. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Funke Ladimeji, a fellow of the IBN. Thank you. Great.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to APWB's annual marquee event and the 40th anniversary and the award night. I'll say a few words on protocol, given that I wouldn't say they've been fully laid yet. So just recognizing and, paying respect where respect is due. I know the PCC is on his way, but I acknowledge the PCC, President and Chairman of Council of BN, Mr. Ken Okpara FCIB, the council members of CIBN, the office holders, the first vice, the second vice, and the national treasurer, CEO of CIBN, okay. The body of past presidents of CIBN, the body of past chairpersons of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, our keynote speaker, the wonderful Mrs. Bola Adeshola, Chairman, Board of Directors of EcoBank, Nigeria, our special distinguished guest of honor, who we will be having a conversation with later, Tony Elumelu, CFR, Chairman of Hess Holdings, the MDs of banks or financial institutions that are here and their representatives present, the executive directors of various financial institutions here, the non-executive directors, and their representatives. I say corporate Nigeria as well, because they're not banks. Representatives of our various partners, and we have quite a few of them. And I will mention a few words about them in a moment. And members of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the occasion, this marquee event, as well as the celebration of our 40th anniversary. And so on behalf of the EXCO, the women bankers, I say welcome to all of you physically here in the auditorium, as well as those who are online. So let me start by saying this. I believe most of you, hopefully this is better. Okay, it sounds better. I believe most of you are quite familiar with the Association of Professional Women Bankers, but in case there are some who are not so familiar, permit me to provide a brief introduction. The Association of Professional Women Bankers is the female wing of the CIBN. And the CIBN, of course, is the umbrella body for the banking industry in Nigeria. Today, the CIBN has a number of objectives that we focus on, but for the purposes of this meeting, and also to narrow focus on what is critical, I like to summarize those objectives into 3 top objectives. Number 1, capacity building and empowerment of women. And this is to drive female inclusion and female leadership. Number 2 is corporate Nigeria and nation building. That is the role of women in building corporate Nigeria and nation building. And the 3rd is to recognize and celebrate female achievements. This evening, though it is going to be a short one, but by the time we come to the end of the evening, I am sure you will agree with me that all of these boxes have been ticked. As we consider the journey and the achievements so far, and look to the future, and how to recalibrate and reposition for the new dynamics in female leadership, in sustainable leadership, and in global leadership. These are some of the topics that we'll be covering today through these conversations. So let me also give you a quick retrospective. As we celebrate 40 years of significant change and progress in the banking sector today, before this, I sort of started to ponder about the last 40 years, and we did some research. And so I engaged in what I call a brief retrospective. Back in the days, before the 1960s, women were poorly represented in the banking profession. The impression at that time was that it seemed that there existed an unspoken belief among the male bankers that women could not cope with the rigors of the banking profession. And the best that happened to women at that time was that a handful of them were clerks and typists, and very few of them were professionals. And even where they were professionals, theirs were mundane tasks. And it was not until the 1960s when notable women like Mrs. C.M. Farodayo, Chief Mrs. K. Berg, Elijah S.F. Ibrahim, and many others made bold incursions into the profession, which shattered the myth that had hitherto surrounded men in banking. And these women were later followed by the likes of late Mrs. Maria Shokeno, the first chairperson of the Association of Professional Women Bankers. Absolutely. And her family are here to honor, our invitation as we honor her. The likes of Mrs. C.O. Alagbe, and a host of others, including Mrs. E.A. Madubueze, the first female president of CIBN. And so by the late 1970s, there was an influx of women in the banking sector, and these women at that time, this is around the 1970s and early 80s, these women undertook a well-considered analysis like bankers do. Analysis of what's happening in the banks. And they found the following. 1, women made up a decent percentage of bank staff at the very junior levels. I'm sure you won't be surprised. However, very few held any managerial positions. And as a result of this, these founding members of the association, led by late Mrs. Maria Shokeno, got together with a set of other APWB, got together with a set of other ladies to set up the Association of Professional Women Bankers. The ladies were greatly supported and assisted by a handful of men. I call these men the white hat hackers. And these are, I call them those who by critical partnerships, by collaborations, and by assistances from leaders across banking and other sectors who have chosen to support APWB in a myriad of ways. I say great practical and hands-on support by leaders in the banking sector. For example, Mrs. Adeshola is one of them. And she led our initiative, which I refer to as the art of leadership and not the science of leadership. We had taught leadership sessions with leaders such as Mrs. Yemisi Edun, Mrs. Ireti Ogbu, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, retired Major General Lucky Rabo, and many more. We've had enriching APWB discourses on topical issues that affect our nation, Nigeria. Conversations with the likes of Bismarck Rouhani, Hadiza Bala Usman, Yemi Kale, Paul Alaji, and others. And even our Catch Them Young initiative, catch them young and watch them grow. We had an initiative on this. We've been focusing on this for a while. We recently had a collaboration on the launch of an economics book for children, training them on inflation and economics and how so relevant in today's world. And then we have a myriad of publications. One that I would like to call your attention to is a book called Be Inspired. And this is a compendium of female bankers who have attained the highest levels in banking. Part of the progress made in respect of females in banking is chronicled in that publication. And Be Inspired celebrates and commemorates women who have positively impacted and empowered female bankers and even advanced the banking sector and corporate Nigeria. And then we have our various partnerships. JP Morgan, concerning one of our initiatives, where they exposed our members to a whole host of global leaders, including the likes of Indra Nooyi, the CEO, the former CEO of PepsiCo. Our relationship and our collaboration with Standard Chartered Bank, with EY, Business Day with Oriki, so on and so forth. We have a video reel that will run at different points in time this evening and captures the diverse interventions and impact of APWB over the last 40 years. That journey, which started 40 years ago with a handful of women and men in banking leading to hard-won changes, has resulted in where we are today. Such that now we have women practically in all levels in banking sector. Women who are MDs, women who are EDs, women who are non-executive directors, women who are board chairpersons, regulators, leadership of the institute. I always say, but there's one exception. And that one exception is CBN. Even though I call it an exception, it's a half exception. We had one female as the acting CBN governor, if you all remember, Dr. Sarah Alade for a while. So we're waiting for a substantive CBN governor at some point in time. I'm not, if you know what I mean. So we have, thank you very much. So we have witnessed a lot. And I have no doubt that even for the CBN, it's a matter of time, we'll also see female leadership at that level. So essentially, we have role models. We have role models across the board. They may not be as many as we would like, but what is important is that we do have them. And while the numbers may not be as high as we would like them to be, as I mentioned, we have them. And so the trajectory is positive, right? I also say that with talent dynamics that we have in Nigeria today, and even globally, my expectation is that the pace of the positive change that we desire will move faster. The availability of resources and the best resources means that, when you find great resources, you have to snap them up, irrespective of the agenda. That's where we are today. And so this is what we've discussed now is the change so far. And that change has not been handed down on a platter of gold. The likes of Mrs. Maria Shokenu and the team of people with her fought for it. And they got it. So ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to recognize and celebrate positive change to date for the progress of women in banking, and also, very importantly, to start the discourse on the next phase of women in banking. Much has changed, not just in banking, but practically in every sphere of life. And the pervasiveness of that change is worth noting. The changes economically, changes geopolitically, changes socioculturally, changes in all dimensions. And the pace of that change is rapid. The space of that change is broad, practically global, and to different degrees. And all characterized by a certain level of ambiguity, complexity, and unpredictability. That is what we are now going through today, whether you're in the banking sector or in any other sector for that matter. And with these dimensions of change, you should ask the question, what next? With the kind of changes going on, with the kind of world we live in now, with the speed of change, what next for female bankers? We should start to inform, all of these changes should start to inform how we map our career, our journey, how we harmonize all aspects of our lives, rather than the impossible task of balancing, how we focus on the complete self, rather than an attempt to compartmentalize spheres of our lives. So what next? As female bankers and women in the financial sector, what modifications, what fine-tuning, what positioning should we start to consider? And how should we pivot for all of these new dynamics of today? And what APWB is doing today is to start that what next discussion. Given the successes of the past, which are by no means perfect, given the representations at all levels, given the myriad of role models, Nigerian role models, locally and globally, what next for the female banker? And to start to craft a way forward and answer the question, we have the best of the best today. The top echelons of banking, top echelons of leadership, of talent, and of more, who through their speeches, their conversations, and their discourse will provide insights into possible crafting of answers to what next. Our keynote speaker today, we have specially curated this today. And our keynote speaker today was handpicked, not just because she's a veteran of banking who has seen and done it all across banks, across time, and across geographies, and by the way, remains relevant and formidable, but also for her passion for the next generation, for her commitment and generosity of time, and her nuggets. Ask anyone who has been part of APWB's leadership series with Mrs. Adeshola, and you will swell with tears for the direct and the individual impact that she continues to have on them, on their decision-making. In particular, our very special and rather distinguished guest of honor who has very kindly agreed to let us into what we do not know or see about his well-mediated life and work and other engagements, a leader who has recorded too many successes to recount and transitioned very firmly into the global space with influence and impact that is local, that is continental and global, and has found something that may have eluded others about female leadership and is capitalizing on that. He also has generously agreed to share all with us, as well as do a lot more with the Association of Professional Women Bankers. We have a conversation with Tony Elumelu today. And then we have leaders of talent at all levels, focusing on the multidimensional nature of talent, female talent, the radical change to managing, to assisting, to coaching, to mentoring, and sponsoring talent. And that talent goes right through from the very junior levels to the top of the house. I'm referring to our panel of speakers, Larry Olushola, Temi Daly, Ifoma Okoren, and the moderator, Okpayemi Oduwole, who will, in her usual style, tease out nuggets and practical nuggets. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, all of this in an atmosphere of love, of warmth, of celebration, and of positivity about the future. We have great performances to serenade and to relax you, even on a Monday night. It is Christmas after all, and every day henceforth is for celebration. So let me wrap up and leave you with this. My belief is that the future is bright, and bright for a number of reasons. The need for a diversity of voices at the decision-making table is well appreciated, I believe now. It has been proven time and again that if the decision-making body is non-diverse, an organization deprives itself of significant upside. And indeed, there are many other various regulations and pronouncements globally that are taking strong steps to drive and promote diversity and inclusivity. At APWB, we are looking ahead with optimism about the future. However, we believe it is necessary to start to consider and reassess and refine the approach. Every female should do this. And the conversation today on this APWB platform is designed to spur that. APWB is indeed a platform. It is a robust platform of female bankers, a platform with bankers across the generations, baby boomer, the Gen X's, the millennials, our elders, the Gen Zs, and not quite the alphas yet. So APWB is a platform for female bankers to be leveraged in so many ways. For women to contribute to banking and the broader corporate Nigeria, a platform for women to impact the next generation of bankers, a platform for leadership muscles, to build leadership muscles, to take learnings and counsel from other leaders, a platform to easily facilitate building a broad network. I call this building your own personal ecosystem, and a platform to express yourself in your areas of interest and your areas of passion. That is what the APWB platform is. And so if you're not a member of APWB, I ask you, what are you waiting for? Go onto our website, join, and I look forward to welcoming you and see you positively impact your profession in so many ways. And so my wish on this occasion of double celebration, 40th anniversary awards night marquee event, my wish is that we prepare ourselves to grow beyond where we are today, we will continue as APWB, we will continue to aggressively drive visibility of APWB for impact at the individual level, at the community level, and at nation building level. And as I round up my speech, I want to return all thanks to God, because it is indeed the Lord's doing and it is marvelous in my eyes. I also want to say a big thank you to all organizations that have sponsored this event very kindly, all subcommittee members that have worked day and night to make this evening possible, the 40th anniversary subcommittee, the current exco, our past chairpersons, the president and chairman of council CIBN, the entire council of CIBN, the registrar CEO of CIBN, and the staff. A big thank you also to our speakers who have very kindly agreed to spend the evening sharing their nuggets with us. And lastly, I'm saying a very big thank you to my family. As you know, the life of a banker, you need to be able to juggle so much. So, to my family, my husband, my kids, my support structure, because it does exist, for their unwavering support and for being so understanding. And also to the extended family, the rest of my family, I appreciate you all. I thank you all for being here today. I say God bless you all. God bless the Association of Professional Women Bankers. God bless the CIBN, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Good?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you, our chairperson at the Association of Professional Women Bankers. Please, can we put our hands together for the beautiful Mrs. Funke Ladimeji? Thank you so much for those words. I took some notes down that I couldn't pass on, and I know that your charge to us is very instructive. Speaking about completeness rather than balance, it's important that we must live in the state that we find ourselves rather than struggling and trying to strike the balance. Your charge, very instructive. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I want every woman to look to the other woman beside them and ask them, what next? Because that's what she's left us with today. She said, what next? So what next for you as a female banker? What's next for you? How are you pivoting? What are you doing next? How are you holding the door for the other woman? How are you taking your place? How are you making a difference? How are you making significant impact in your space? Thank you so much, our chairperson. We really appreciate those very insightful and enlightening words that you brought tonight. Thank you. I'll quickly like to recognize the presence of, the APWB did not just spring out from nowhere. We have a root in a solid body, in a national body that continues to give us the platform to express ourselves and the agenda to make the woman, the voice of the women, be heard in the relevant places. Please, let's put our hands together because he walked in. We had recognized him before, but it would be nice for him to know that he is loved and very well appreciated in this room tonight. Please, let's put our hands together for the President, Chairman of Council, Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Ken Opara, PhD. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. I just in the same minute try to recognize one of our other dignitaries that's here present today, the Professor Wale Adewumi, past president of CIBN. You're recognized, that we thank you for being here. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move the event on very quickly so that we don't delay us too much. I'd like to invite on stage tonight for a special just a special remark. That's what we have titled this segment. A special remark from a special person. Yes, from a special person. Is a distinguished professional and also the president of the CIBN. Under his guidance, the CIBN has flourished as a beacon of excellence, driving standards and professionalism within the banking industry. And of course, churning out incredible individuals who are doing great things in other sectors of the economy. A seasoned and accomplished banker, he brings wealth of experience and profound understanding in the financial service sector in Nigeria. His leadership at CIBN reflects a commitment to advancing the highest standard of ethics, integrity, and professionalism. Ladies and gentlemen, APWB, please put your hands together as we welcome him to the stage tonight for his remark. Dr. Ken Opara, please put your hands together for him. FCB, I must add that at the end of it.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is my constituency. I'm sure that Association of Professional Women Bankers, that's my main constituency. So I'm very passionate about this. And I think we need to give them a round of applause. They've been amazing. They have done great things. They have supported the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria very strongly. And let me also add that if you are not in that constituency, it will be difficult for you to spring up as the president of our revered institute. That's how powerful they are. So once again, I salute all of you. The first vice president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Professor Deji Olarewaju, the national treasurer, Amazon, Mrs. Mojisola Bakare, registrar chief executive, Mr. Akimara Keyo, the chairperson of Association of Professional Women Bankers, who just read the speech now, who gathered us this evening, Mrs. Funke Ladmage, FCIB, our revered past presidents that are here present, Professor Wole Adewumi, Dr. Shego Aino, and Dr. Uche Olowu. The executive of Association of Professional Women Bankers, council members of CIBN, CEO of banks, captains of industry, please permit me to ride on the protocol that has been well established. Just to also recognize the presence of the immediate past registrar, Dr. Sheya Wojobi. Quite delighted to be at this event, very historic, the 40th anniversary dinner of Association of Professional Women Bankers, the women wing of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. It is interesting to know that the Institute celebrated its 60th anniversary this year, some few weeks ago. And today, another landmark is being made as we are celebrating 40th anniversary of Association of Professional Women Bankers. I'm very delighted that Association of Professional Women Bankers is making giant strides, growing in leaps and bounds. As you may be aware, this association was established as a platform for empowerment and development of our female bankers, positioning them for relevance and opportunity while living the value of integrity, accountability, and professionalism, which are the hallmark of the banking profession. I'm delighted to know that the body has continued to come up with novel initiatives that have sustained it over the last 4 decades. And you will agree with me that today, as we have captains of industries, our women folk are making giant strides. And in most of the locations where you've had the women taking the ladder of leadership, we've seen astronomical growth in all the key indices of such institutions. My own institution is a typical example. And basically, FUMI again demonstrates that feature. Our Amazon again, the national treasurer, is one of such. So I salute all of you. We are very proud of you. And we continue to applaud the highs. Let me acknowledge the vision of the founding fathers and efforts of successive generations in sustaining the ideals of the organization. As I congratulate all the past chairpersons of APWB and the incumbent chair, Mrs. Funkela Dimeji, HCIB, and indeed the ESCO members for the great work you are doing in steering the ship of this great body. May I, in the same vein, appreciate all our special guests that have taken time out of their busy schedule to be part of this great event. I acknowledge the esteemed presence of our special guest of honor, Mrs. Bola Adeshola, FCIB. Thank you, ma'am. Of course, it's an Amazon that has conquered and continued to conquer. Mrs. Adeshola, of course, is currently the chairperson of EcoBank Nigeria Limited. The 40th anniversary celebration is indeed auspicious. According to 2021 report by S&P, 53% of about 1.9 million total employees in banking and related activities in the US were women. As of the year 2021, there are 7 female managing directors leading Nigerian banks. And I think they need a round of applause. This was at a time when it was difficult, a difficult terrain. Not just that these Amazons are just heading the banks. They are making significant increase and contribution in the banking industry. The report by Deloitte also showed that the financial services industry in Nigeria is leading the charge towards gender equality and inclusivity. From the foregoing, I want to charge APWB that as you celebrate 40 years of professional banking and prepared to take on the future, take advantage of the opportunities that are bound to continue to build capacity of your members, expose and empower them to take up critical role in the ecosystem. Mentoring and grooming up of young female bankers is important assignment you must continue to give priority attention. I strongly believe that women have the power to change the world once they make up their minds to do so, and they have always done. If you look at entrepreneurship and you study it carefully, you realize that at the micro, small, and medium enterprises, statistics have shown that most of the facilities that have been granted to women-led enterprises have more than 80% been returned without any failure. So it wasn't surprising that the likes of the Grameen Bank was patterned and focused around women and youth. No wonder that bank has continued to grow very strongly. I want to assure you of the alloy support of the national body, the banking community, will be willing to contribute and support with the initiatives that you come up with to transform the institution. Let me conclude my remarks with the words of Michelle Obama that say, it's not about being perfect. It's not about where you get yourself in the end. There is power in allowing yourself to be known and heard, in owning your unique story and in using your authentic voice. There is no limit to what we as women can accomplish. We've demonstrated this. On this note, permit me once again to congratulate Association of Professional Women Bankers on your 40th anniversary. I wish you the very best in the years ahead. Want to say Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year ahead. Thank you so much.
Because I think we should do better. Let's give him a big, big, big round of applause. He has just again and again declared the support of the national body of the banking industry in Nigeria, this continued support for APWB. Well, he's our parent anyway, so he really don't have any choice but to support us. And I like the quote that he left with, which is a charge to all of us women that we indeed must make our voices heard. We must mentor other young women. We must mentor other young women. We must tell our authentic stories, use our authentic voices at every platform and every channel that we get the chance to. Thank you very much, Dr. Okpara, for those very wise words. Please, can we give him another big round of applause in appreciation of the words and that he has shared and the support that he has pledged for APWB. Thank you. Okay, so we will transition very quickly to another part, another high point in today's event. And it gives me great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to invite on stage today someone who is not a guest to APWB at all, because she's been an avid supporter of APWB. She's a beacon of leadership and accomplishment in the banking sector and outside of that as well. She's an exceptional force in the financial service landscape in Nigeria, with a career marked by remarkable achievement and visionary leadership. She is the current chairman of the board of Pan Atlantic Bank, EcoBank, Mrs. Bola Adeshola, is indeed a trailblazer. Please let's put our hands together for her. And she's continued to make her voice heard and to continue to support women. Please, let's keep clapping till she gets here. We're excited to hear and to learn from her today. Thank you so much. But I heard that she was here very early, absolutely on time. Thank you so much, Ma.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. And I thank the APWB for inviting me this evening as the keynote speaker. Thank you to the leadership. Funke Oladimeji, I'm speaking, and Mr. Murakinyo, thank you very much. Thank you. When the leadership of APWB settled down, maybe we'll continue. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm very delighted to be here this evening to celebrate with the APWB on its 40th anniversary. There's so much to be thankful for, indeed. Yet, there's still a lot to be done. And I wish the association much more success and many more achievements to come. When the leadership sent me a list of the achievements of the association in the past year, I was very, very impressed. But it's very unfortunate that the APWB doesn't toot its horn. It doesn't put itself out there and doesn't reach out to enough women in the banking industry who I believe would benefit tremendously from what the association has to offer and the platform that the association is in terms of amplifying the issues, the challenges, the successes of women in banking. So that's just a piece of advice to the leadership and future leadership teams as well in the APWB, that we need to look at our branding. We need to look at how we project ourselves. Be that as it may, warm congratulations. Tonight is more than an event. It's really a tale waiting to unfold even further, a story of resilience. And I think both Funke and Ken have touched on that earlier. And a story of ambition and the unwavering spirit of women propelling the wheels of finance in our beloved nation. Banking on women, imperatives for a sustainable future, is not just the theme, it's a continuing chapter of a narrative that we, the women of Nigerian banking, are destined to continue to script with passion, with purpose, with unwavering determination, and with enduring impact. Before we delve into the essence of our story, I think we should take a moment to revel in the triumphs that we have witnessed, and some of which Funke has shared that even the APWB is doing, and the wonderful women in banking that I also see in this room. And just picture this, women breaking glass ceilings and scaling through unscathed, because there are times when women talk about breaking the glass ceiling and men say, yes, break the glass ceiling, but you're going to suffer a lot of bruises on the way. But I think many women indeed these days are breaking that glass ceiling without a drop of blood to show. But even where there are scars, they're scars that are well worth the journey, well worth the rough terrain that some women have faced in being able to climb up the banking ladder. Women continue to shatter stereotypes, standing tall at the helm of financial institutions. And I wish I saw more of the CEOs of banks and financial services here this evening. But again, it's a testament to the fact that when women are given wings, they don't just fly. We saw, leaving an indelible mark on the landscape of banking. Yet we shouldn't be blinded to the shadows that linger, because there's still a massive, massive gender gap. And this is an echoing call for attention. And that's why I say again that we need to do more with the APWB. Our story is one of acknowledgement. Like I said earlier, the journey is still unfolding. And we will unlock the full spectrum of our collective potential to continue to forge a sustainable future for the financial industry and, dare I say, for our beloved country, Nigeria. So tonight, I don't just want to be a speaker, I want to be a storyteller, weaving 3 imperatives at the end that I hope will contribute to defining the chapters ahead. But first, a few facts. I'm not sure how many of us here are aware that earlier on this year, there was a National Women's Economic Empowerment Policy that was launched, including an action plan for the execution of that policy. It was launched in Q1 of this year. And that plan highlights the reality in the world today, especially in Africa and in Nigeria, that gender gaps exist. And they exist in women's economic empowerment. They exist even in the regional dimension, in social and political inclusion, women's financial inclusion and literacy, and in digital innovation, literacy, and access. These gaps are further evident in the core sectoral areas that women have identified strengths and have gained the most traction over the years, being agriculture, entrepreneurship, the traditional labor market, emerging industries, education, and skill acquisition. While these sectors are more aligned to that of women, the statistical realities are that majority of them fall under the nano, micro categories and are closely followed by the small and medium enterprises. Global and local statistics continue to remind us of these gaps and the efforts that we need to put in to address them. The Nigerian Bureau of Statistics survey showed that 133 million Nigerians are multidimensionally poor, and I believe most of us are familiar with these numbers now. In a country with a population of probably 210 to 20 million, with over 101 million of the 133 million Nigerians that are poor being women and girls. The World Bank has further confirmed that 90 million Nigerians live in extreme poverty, and Nigerian women make up 70% of that number. The 2022 research by Enhancing Financial Innovation and Access, EFINA, and the Development Research and Project Center, DRPC, indicates that 56% of Nigerian men have access to financial services compared to only 45% of women. Even for land ownership, the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, statistics indicate that 70 to 80% of agricultural labor and output in Nigeria is done by women, yet only 10% of landowners are women, despite an over 45-year-old Land Use Act that gives women equal rights to land ownership. For education, only 53% of girls in Nigeria are able to complete secondary school, but less than 25% even in some parts of our country. When considering digital access, according to GSM Association, GSMA, only 34% of Nigerian women and girls have access to the internet compared to 54% of women and boys. For corporate representation, for senior management of companies represented on the stock exchange, NGX, only 1 of 5 are women. Scary stats. There is, however, growing evidence that when women gain greater access to financial resources and opportunities, substantial development and results are demonstrated. A World Bank report also provided evidence in ensuring women's economic opportunity as an important entry point is better for education, health, and nutrition outcomes for families. I think I will send a copy of the Women's World Banking report on women in financial services in Nigeria, which I was a part of the review. It was done over a 6 to 9 month period. But I'll send a copy to the president of APWB, who I think should circulate it to all the members, just so that the reality stares us in the face of the work that we still have to do to bring up other women and to sustain even the women who are in leadership in those positions today. It is therefore imperative that any nation that wants to harness its economic potential must consider women's economic empowerment as a critical pathway to national economic growth and human capital development. The economic cost of women's lack of access to their economic contributory potential is about 229 billion in Nigeria alone, and of course, trillions of dollars worldwide. So the above statistics indicate a need to bank on women as a key focus of strategic and national economic reasons across its various sectors. Again, population-wise, Nigeria has the highest female population in the whole of Africa and is currently behind its regional peers like South Africa, Kenya, and Uganda on critical women economic empowerment indicators. It is worthy of note, though, that over the past decade, Nigeria has been receptive and involved in international treaties that promote gender equality, as well as national commitments and policies. And these international instruments include the CEDAW, the Beijing Platform for Action, and of course, the Maputo Protocol on Human and People's Rights and the Rights of Women in Africa. Even the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria also protects and promotes gender equality with some sectoral laws, policies, frameworks supporting the rights of women in the financial and cultural sectors, many of them established even as recently as 2022 and pertaining to economic vigor in their purpose. So we don't have a shortage at all of policies and regulations around enhancing women's economic power, including in the banking industry. And of course, of particular interest and relevance to this gathering tonight is the 2012 Central Bank of Nigeria regulations requiring commercial banks to have at least 30% female representation on their boards and 40% in senior management, a regulation which I was directly involved in through direct advocacy with the then Central Bank Governor, HRH Muhammadu Sanusi, CON, popularly known as SLS. In banking and financial services today, much progress has been made. I mean, I see a whole array of senior female leaders here today. And we see leadership on boards, senior management, that also has been directly related to that regulation, because the kick for that regulation was after it was announced by the central bank was for banks to disclose, because in asking banks to disclose, it therefore means that they have to do, take some action to comply or report themselves through the form of disclosure. We also have the Securities and Exchange Code that recommends that publicly listed companies consider gender when constituting their boards. And this advisory from SEC was also as a result of advocacy, particularly by Women in Management, Business, and Public Service, which I also co-founded, WIMBIZ. So, though these instruments exist as a guide, their robust implementation is a journey that is ongoing, because it's important for us to realize that it's not a sprint, it indeed is a very long journey and will be a marathon. So in line with the theme of this event, Banking on Women, Imperatives for a Sustainable Future, the imperatives are cross-cutting across sectors and structural verticals. But in narrowing the focus of my few words today on how to ensure that the imperatives for a sustainable future, especially in banking on women, I will touch briefly on female entrepreneurship and financial inclusion, and then close on 3 quick suggestions on sustaining this marathon race. So first on entrepreneurship. The 2022 Fate Foundation report on entrepreneurship in Nigeria supports the notion that Nigeria has the highest number of female entrepreneurs globally, representing the 43% of Nigeria's entrepreneurs. PwC also identified over 23 million women as entrepreneurs, but majority of them run micro businesses and, of course, are in the informal sector. But significant barriers also exist, inhibiting their ability to scale up, as we all know. I believe that many of the female bankers in this room have some side hustle, and so on the side, they themselves are also entrepreneurs and will understand the next few points that I will raise. These barriers include access to business financing and formal financial services, access to credit, and of course, the challenges of high interest rates, relatively high interest rates, land ownership and access to collateral, access to market information and access to markets, and of course, poor business literacy and poor financial management skills. I would say that the backdrop to a lot of these issues are gender and social norms that influence certain aspects of these barriers. Regarding women's financial inclusion, while financial inclusion can be considered as a catalyst to economic empowerment, having access to a financial system is just not enough. It's not enough to be able to open a bank account. Women must be empowered with the right knowledge, the skills, and a basic understanding of financial systems. Access to bank accounts and financial services by most banks is also usually based on income, education, and trust by the customers in the financial institutions. But the disparity in the levels of income distribution makes women face a higher level of financial exclusion. In addition, the characteristics and the limited operational structure, as well as the size of women-owned businesses, impede robust financial inclusion efforts. Furthermore, micropension and microfinance, and microinsurance rather, are effective tools needed to increase women's financial inclusion when they are made accessible and affordable, thus providing beneficiaries with increased financial security. So how do we progress on our journey purposefully, passionately, and impactfully? First, I must say that in this journey, the private sector has a huge role to play with the public sector, strategically and collaboratively, to address the gaps that to ensure the financial as well as the economic sustainability of women. So I want to leave you with just 3 broad areas for us to work as a group of female bankers, for us to work more aggressively on. These themes very much align with the objectives of the Association of Professional Women Bankers. The first is empowering through education and training. And imagine a world where every woman in banking possesses not just skills, but the knowledge to navigate the dynamic currents of our industry. Because as we all know, it's not just the technical skills that we have, there's a lot more to upward ascendancy in the banking sector. Our story calls for educational programs and training initiatives, and I believe the APWB, with the assistance of the CIBN, is doing very much in that regard, so that these initiatives and the skills become the cornerstone of empowerment. Let's envision financial literacy programs, leadership development courses, and mentorship opportunities on a sustainable basis as the brushstrokes painting a canvas of strength and resilience for the banking sector. Secondly, fostering a culture of inclusion and diversity. Ladies, our narrative demands more than just seats at the table. It beckons us to build a tapestry where every thread, every perspective is not just recognized, but celebrated. Inclusion is not a buzzword, it's actually the melody that harmonizes in the background, allowing us to create a symphony of success. We need to take out and eliminate unconscious bias. We need to champion flexible work policies and not just be there whilst our organizations whitewash a lot of these policies. We need to also ensure that decision-making, that every decision-making room echoes with the voices of women. Gone are the days where women just say, oh, I come to work, I sit in my quiet corner, I do my work, I don't want to get involved. Well, if you don't get involved, then you're not going to evolve into those leadership positions. So we really need to step up in that regard. Diversity, in my view, is not just a chapter. It's not just something we say. It is actually a plot that propels us completely through innovation all the way to success. And again, that success is not a destination. It's just reaching each milestone that we set for ourselves. The third point is about supporting entrepreneurship and financial inclusion. Imagine if entrepreneurs are not just players in the business sector, but actually architects of economic growth, where they plan exactly how our economy is going to grow and move forward. And as bankers, I think that we, in substantially, we hold the pen that actually writes that narrative. Many banks have products for women, but in very many cases, there's superficial products that we don't really push. Many banks talk about what we're doing, they promote one woman or have one ED, and it's like, it's the end of the world. No, I don't think that, even though we celebrate each step, each success, we have to have bigger dreams. We have to expand the coast of our minds in terms of what is achievable if we actually build those tables ourselves, sit on it, and determine who else is going to join us on those tables. Empowerment is also about providing access to capital, fostering business mentorship programs, and I'm really privileged to have been invited to be part of the APWB mentorship program for female leaders over the past year and a half or so. I think I've beaten the ladies black and blue, and many of them have great stories to tell, which I'm very, very proud of. Our story is incomplete without the commitment to enhance financial inclusion in every way, ensuring that every woman, regardless of her background, stands on equal ground in the economic landscape. So this is really a clarion call to all of us in this room, particularly the female bankers who are here. Our story as women draws inspiration from the mandates and policies that encourage gender diversity. And of course, as we stand on the shoulders of women who have gone before us. I would say that the Central Bank of Nigeria, and indeed the CIBN, have played major roles in the plot, bringing about changes that resonate not just in the boardroom today, but also, I pray, echo into the future. But, the disparities still exist, and we cannot, run away from that. So we need to ensure that our commitment is sustained. As I close, we will continue to navigate and overcome the twists and turns of the internal policies that exist in our various banks. Our story becomes a roadmap for creating environments that nurture women leaders. And our story doesn't end with the policies on paper. It delves deeper. Those biases still exist. I can tell you that because I relate to a lot of young female bankers, middle-level female bankers, senior female bankers, women in diverse industries and sectors. Those biases exist. But you know what? They can be overcome. Sometimes they overcome with wisdom. Sometimes they overcome with directness. Sometimes they overcome with you claiming your space. Sometimes they overcome by stooping to conquer. Sometimes they overcome by us just retreating, re-strategizing, and rebooting and going back. So each and every one of us has to devise some way of ensuring that our aspirations are not thwarted in any way. Those hurdles will come, but we must just continue to push forward. We must continue to press on. We must continue to share our issues, our challenges, even our successes with others. And that is how collectively our voices can be amplified. That is how collectively we can grow as female bankers. The key thing also is the technical skills. So let's not fool ourselves into thinking that this is about playing a pink card or playing some female card. No, it will not work. It has never worked, and it's not sustainable. We have to bring our skills. We have to bring the value that we have. We have to bring our potential to the table to be able to realize our goals. So ladies and gentlemen, tonight, I believe that we stand on the precipice of a new chapter for APWB. 40 years is no joke. It's not rice and beans, as we say in Nigeria now. And so to the president and leadership of the association, please let passion guide our actions. Let this evening be more than just a celebration. Let it be a catalyst for transformative change. And I'm glad our catalyst is here with us, and he'll be on the panel a bit later on. Our commitment should not be a fleeting emotion. And that is why I've given Funke every support. Everything she's asked me to do since she became president, I have done. She did not need to bully me. When she calls me, I do it. Do this. There have been times when we've had a little bit of push and pull, but whatever she says to do, I do. Because we just have to continue to support. This myth about women not supporting women is not true. If we only ask, people are actually much more willing to support than we can ever imagine. I don't think there's any woman in this room who will be asked to mentor another lady or listen to her, just give her that shoulder to cry on, who will not do it. So please let us ask and let us continue to give. Finally, in the echoing words of Maya Angelou, each time a woman stands up for herself, she stands up for all women. And I have war stories to tell about that, where just because I have done something and taken a stand, I know that the legacy for many, many women to come will be established. So let our actions tonight be the ink that writes a collective stand for the empowerment of women in banking and beyond. Again, my deepest appreciation goes out to all women who are out there who inspire with their resilience, their intelligence, and their unwavering commitment. It's not just about banking on women, it's actually about banking on the future. Together, let us build a future that is sustainable, inclusive, and propelled by the incredible potential of every woman in the Nigerian banking sector. And I'm really, truly, as much as I'm old, but I'm truly excited about the future, which I'm still going to be part of for at least the next 30 years. We've been on the tarmac, I think, for too long. We've been on the, imagine you're sitting on a plane. We all know now you're getting hot and sweaty on the tarmac and you want to take off. I pray that God will provide gustier wind beneath our wings so that we can all, without exclusion, soar. Not just fly, soar. Congratulations, APWB leadership. Can we give them a round of applause, please? I thank you very much for listening to me, and may this evening mark the beginning of a story that transforms the landscape of banking in Nigeria and resonates across the globe. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. It is. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, ma. You left so many things for us to run with. So much, so much. And thank you for your support. That hug was very well deserving. Thank you so much, ma. And thank you for your continued support for the APWB. The night is fast spent, and we need to quickly move on to one of the highlights of tonight's event. Yes, we need to move on to the highlights of one of tonight's event. And I'm going to quickly introduce, because we've been seeing her around, but we need to do a proper profile introduction for our chairperson at the APWB, who is going to now do us the honors of leading the conversation on the fireside chat. Yes, that's where we're going next. And that's one of the parts of this event that I've sincerely really looked forward to. But ladies and gentlemen, today, Mrs. Funke Ladimeji is not only the president of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, but a trailblazing executive director at Coronation Merchant Bank. Her journey through the intricate world of finance reads like a saga of achievements, leadership, and unparalleled impact. In a distinguished role as the executive director at Coronation Bank, Mrs. Ladimeji charted a course marked by strategic brilliance, financial prowess, and many more. Her global career spanning EMEA, North America, and Asia has been a tapestry of success woven with threads of innovation and leadership. A seasoned investment banking executive, Mrs. Ladimeji has left an indelible mark across multiple jurisdictions of assets, resources, classes, and financial areas. From financial control to technology, corporate finance to human capital, she has seamlessly navigated the complex landscape of banking, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to excellence. During her 14 years tenure at JP Morgan Chase, Mrs. Ladimeji held the coveted position of executive director with global responsibilities. Her tenure was not just a chapter in her career, but a testament to her ability to drive wallet share and revenue growth. Her impact reverberated through businesses across diverse geographies. As the chairman of Association of Women Bankers of Nigeria, Mrs. Ladimeji brings a strategic vision to empower and uplift women in the banking sector. She is not just a leader, she's a mentor, actively participating in WIMBYs and all other mentoring programs for women across various professional sectors in Nigeria. Her impact goes beyond the confines of financial sector. She has organically and inorganically led businesses through integrations, rationalization, investments, and many more. So tonight, it gives me great pleasure to welcome on stage today to do us the honor of introduction for our guest of honor, our very special guest of honor, a global business leader, a titan himself in the business world, whose insights will surely inspire us and enlighten us tonight. Please let's welcome on stage the chairperson of the Association of Professional Women Bankers in Nigeria. Please welcome Mrs. Funke Ladimeji.
I am. Yes, I am. Okay, good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Tony Elumelu had to travel, but he did offer to do this online if we wanted it or not. And I jumped at it and said yes. Okay, so I think he's going to come up on screen in a moment. So I will sit down and hopefully we can start the conversation soon. The technical people, I hope my positioning is okay. Where are the technical people? So at least you can wave at me if something is not right. I sort of need to know where to look. Okay. All right. So does it look okay? Do I need to do anything else? Oh, there he is. Okay, let me do a quick intro. So the conversation today, we have a conversation today with Chairman Tony Elumelu. He's an African leading investor and philanthropist. To be honest with you, I believe he needs no introduction, but I'll do this anyway. As you all know, he's the founder and chairman of Hairs Holdings, which is his family-owned investment company. And that company is committed to improving lives, transforming Africa through long-term investments in strategic sectors of the African economy, including the financial services, hospitality, power, energy, technology, and healthcare. Tony is the chairman of Pan-African Financial Services Group, the UBA Group, which operates in 20 countries across Africa, the UK, France, the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, and is the only African bank with a commercial deposit-taking license in the US and a presence in the USA. UBA provides corporate, commercial, SME, and consumer banking services to more than 35 million customers globally. Mr. Elumelu also chairs Nigeria's largest quoted conglomerate, which is Transcorp, whose subsidiaries include Transcorp Power, one of the leading producers of electricity in Nigeria, and Transcorp Hotel PLC, Nigeria's foremost hospitality brand. Tony is the most prominent champion of entrepreneurship in Africa. And I think we all know about the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which was created in 2010, the leading philanthropy and empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, catalyzing economic growth, driving poverty eradication, and driving job creation across all 54 African countries. Since its inception, this foundation's flagship program has identified and catalyzed 18,500 entrepreneurs and created a digital ecosystem of over 1 million Africans as part of a 10-year $100 million commitment fund to mentor and train young Africans. Tony Elumelu's businesses and foundation are inspired by his economic philosophy of African capitalism, Afri-capitalism, which positions the private sector and, most importantly, positions entrepreneurs as the catalyst for the social and economic development of the African continent. In 2020, in recognition of his business leadership and economic empowerment of young African entrepreneurs, Mr. Elumelu was named in the Time 100 top three influential people in the world. The top 3 influential people in the world, and recognized with Belgium's oldest and highest royal order. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a round of applause, Mr. Tony Elumelu, CFR. Good. Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you, if you can hear me too.
Fantastic, thank you. Good evening, wherever you are. It's nighttime in Lagos, but good evening to you wherever you are. And we welcome you to this landmark event, the APWB marquee event and the 40th anniversary. We are absolutely thrilled that you're able to join us today. And for the benefit of our audience, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Elumelu had, was meant to be here physically, but, a last-minute invitation came, and it was a higher power that could not be refused, if you know what I mean. And so, we are here. He actually offered that, do I want to cancel, or should we have this session virtually? And I thought one bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush. So I grabbed this opportunity very quickly. So, Mr. Elumelu, just to give you a sense of this room, I welcome you once again. And just to also make you aware, in this room, we have in the audience, we have women bankers from across the banking sector. We have leaders across all the banks. We have leaders from across consulting, corporate Nigeria. We have entrepreneurs. We have the leadership of the institute, the PCC himself, chairman of council and the council members, past presidents, past chairpersons of the Association of Women Bankers. Moreover, we have an audience that is multi-generational, right? That goes right across the board, the elders, the baby boomers, the millennials, the Gen Zs, and more. So the profile of the audience is that broad. We have the audience physically in the room and as well as people online. So, Chairman, I want to say thank you for making the time to join us despite your ongoing engagement, because I can see you're in black tie. Obviously, it means there's a knees up going on there. So welcome, sir, and thank you to this conversation. The Journey of a Global Leader. The title for this piece is called The Journey of a Global Leader, a Master in Leadership and Influence. Welcome, sir. So, this is really a conversation rather than a Q&A session. And so, on behalf of everybody in the room, I will tease out what many of us would like to know about TOE. Right? He is fondly known as TOE. T for Tango, O for Orange, E for Apple. So, many people have asked the question, who is Tony Elumelu? Yes, he's a great role model. He's a respected banker. He's a businessman, a philanthropist, and more. He's a family man. And we are all very proud of your remarkable achievements and your exceptional leadership. But they say, who is Tony Elumelu? And so I'm going to ask that question by just trying to get to the nuggets of Tony Elumelu. My first is to say, what is it that really touches you? What is it? What is that thing that fills you with a deep sense of satisfaction? I call it, what is that sweet spot of Tony Elumelu?
So first is, let me congratulate this noble association of Professional Women Bankers on your 40th anniversary and for organizing this. Two is, let me apologize. My good friend Funke has apologized on my behalf to this wonderful audience and association. Reason I'm not here. So in fairness, we agreed this date. Can you hear me, Funke?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay. In fairness, this date was agreed with me, but unfortunately, I think in November, I got an invitation from the US White House to an event, 5:30 p.m. US time today. And I said, wow, how can this, what do I do? So I called my friend to discuss this, and options were given. And because I really, truly wanted to be with you in person. So apologies that I'm not here, but I'm with you in spirit. And I also made sure that some of our female executives joins your event today. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Thirdly, I want to commend your leadership, led by Funke, a lady I have immense respect for. You know, we've known each other for a very long time, from when she was at JP Morgan in the UK, to when she came back to Nigeria. I was happy she returned to Nigeria. And she continues to lead and in her professional career, which started outside the country. So well done for what you do, your passion. I mean, this lady will done so much in making sure that we support your association. So I thought I should commend you, Funke, before your colleagues. Well done. Very, very well done.
Thank you very much, sir.
And lastly, I want to appreciate all of you, the association, for giving me the opportunity to have this, to even interact with you all. I think the best form of recognition someone can get is recognition by some people. You are my people for two reasons. First, I'm a Nigerian, I'm an African, and I do speak to people across the world. But when you get your own local platform like this, it signifies some level of recognition, because I'm not the only person in the country or on the continent that you could have invited who would have gladly accepted to interact with you. Secondly, my first love is banking. Even though today I don't see myself as a banker again, I see myself as an investor in banking. I happen to chair United Bank for Africa, but no longer in executive capacity. So I like that my true love, my platform, my association, banking, that our women will recognize and give me this opportunity to share ideas with you all. Now, going to the question, who is Tony Elumelu and what is the Swiss sport? What is it that, that makes me who I am? I think I must say that my colleagues told me you sent a question, and I said to them, I do not want to see the question prior to this time, so that the conversation will be from the heart and more honest. So everything I'm going to speak to you today is just from the heart, and no rehearsal, no preparation at all for it. So it might not be in any textbook fashion, academic fashion, but you get the message. So basically, I like to win. I like to succeed. I believe that excellence, execution, and enterprise are very critical for success in life. And these three core values underpin what we do in our group. They drive me in everything that I do. And when I read even memos from people, at times I say, where is excellence here? Can't you see this? Something is lacking, missing in this report. I say to people that, especially young African entrepreneurs and my colleagues everywhere, I say, okay, guys, we like to strategize. Well, I say to them, crafting a strategy is not the end game or goal. Crafting a strategy is 1% or less than 1%. What's important is executing the strategy. So execution is extremely, extremely, extremely important to me. And people who work with me will know and tell you this. Most of you hear me say to guys, no storytelling. Let's get it done. The rigor and art of getting things done is the difference between a successful business, a successful enterprise, a successful entrepreneur, and one that is not successful. You can even has ideas. You can even buy ideas. But the translation of ideas from paper to reality that makes a difference. And that is what drives success. And the third is enterprise. Continue to be enterprising, just look at things, figure out how solutions can come into what you're looking at. This has underpinned, driven everything we have done, right from 1997, when we took over a distressed bank and turned it around. When it all began, it was all about enterprise, seeing opportunities where others don't see opportunities, looking at the glass and telling yourself that glass is half full, can be half full, can be half empty. Same thing that the ordinary eye does not see. Creating opportunities where you might not see them. So those are the kind of things, the core values that underpin and help drive me on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I understand you, the sweet spot of Tony Lumelu is not just conceptualizing or strategizing ideas, it is to see them come alive, the execution of those plans come alive. That is what excites you. Did I hear you right?
It's not a yes or no answer. There are three integrated values, things that drive me: execution, excellence, enterprise, all together. They give me that, that they define me and what I do in the corporate world and everywhere, both corporate and personal life.
Right, right, great. Execution, excellence, and
enterprise.
An enterprise. The technical team, can we make it a bit clearer? Can the sound be a bit crisper, if it's possible? Technical team. Okay, let's continue the conversation, especially in the interest of time. I think the other thing and this is now going back to what you've just discussed, the idea of excellence, the idea of execution, right, and enterprise. One of the things that we observe is that your career is made up of what I call landmark decisions, right? Whether it's from taking over Crystal Bank right through to the merger between Standard Trust Bank and UBA, creating the foundation, forming Hess Holdings, and more. And so what has driven that? What is the driving force behind some of these landmark transactions? Is it money? Is it wealth? Is it profile? What is it?
So as I said earlier, we like to succeed. We like to win. And when I mentor people, young African entrepreneurs, and when I speak to my colleagues, I say to them, and even my children too, let us succeed. Let's define the meaning of success. And anything we do, let's try to achieve success. So all the things we have done, we like to transform. Today, the byline for Transcore is an SOD's group is about transforming Africa, improving lives. We like to transform, we like to make things better. We like to, so everything we've done from the examples you have given, first, we wanted to transform a distressed bank and make it come alive. We're driven by that. Let's make it. We believe the opportunity we saw. That is why we believe in enterprise. We saw opportunities where some did not see it. It was like a taboo or totally incomprehensible or madness to think of, instead of investing in a viable bank, to think a bank that was distressed and try to turn it around. It had never been done before in the entire banking sector in Nigeria. But we went in. We saw the opportunity. We believe in our capabilities. We mobilized people, and we're able to achieve this. The acquisition and merger, Standard Trust Bank and United Bank for Africa, is because we believe that out of Nigeria, we should have global financial institutions, and that it was not just a game of being a bank. How about scale? We compared ourselves with South African banks, and we felt that it was time we brought resources together to create a significant financial services group. That was what drove. So in everything we do is about the need to transform and leave things better. The issue of Transcore, Transnational Corporation of Nigeria, some of you, I believe, were investors in Transcore before and lost a lot of value. Or we said, let's look at this Transcore and see how we can bring life into Transcore again. We did that transformation, brought life to it. But more importantly, as we grew and embraced the philosophy of Afro-capitalism, we thought it shouldn't also be only about transforming for profitability, but we should also transform to improve lives and impact humanity, which is why, everything we do, be it power sector investment, be it the funding of the Tunde Melu Foundation, is how do we improve lives? How do we empower people? How do we leave society better than we it? So those are things that drive our interest in the things that we do, transformation and improving lives.
Excellent, excellent. I think when a leader talks about improving lives as one of his key objectives, then you know you're onto a winner. So I commend you for that, sir. There's been a lot of success, at least in terms of the stories that we know. And I was thinking about this and saying that despite all the successes, despite all the stories we know, if you look back at the decisions that were taken, your decisions over time, knowing what you know now, would you have done anything differently with the benefit of hindsight? And I know hindsight is always wise. Would you have done anything differently?
Yes, quite a few things. Because as a person, if you embrace excellence, it is therefore implied that from time to time you pause to take stock and ask yourself, what did I do well, and why and how did I do it? What propelled, guided, aided me in doing that thing well? And what mistakes have I made? And why did I make those mistakes? What are the learning points from those mistakes? How do I ensure I don't repeat those mistakes? I do that from time to time. It's so searching. Your quiet time, you reflect on all of this. In the corporate world, private life, yes, also, if your mistakes, you would have done things differently. But in the corporate world in particular, I think that is one of the landmarks you've actually spoken about. So let's look at the combination of Standard Trust Bank and United Bank for Africa. When we did the transaction, Standard Trust had invested in UBA, and we didn't have to combine, but I was driven by scale. and then scale objective. Let's grow a big financial services group. Bringing the two banks together, we had the top 5 banks in Nigeria at the time. And these were First Bank, Union Bank, UBA, Zenith, and Standard Trust Bank. With that, no disrespect to others, and since we're talking to our colleagues, others, But when the combination occurred, 2 in that league came together. So you created, there was a 5th opportunity for another bank to come in. And then beyond the merger, as a result of the merger, service delivery suffered, because to bring 2 institutions big, Standard was smaller, less than 3,000 people, one culture, we're all young, etc. And then United Bank for Africa was a big monster, big monster. And then with its own ways of doing things. And I see these small boys coming into this big institution, the cultural clash was a lot. Listen, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, does not have gray hair. My gray hair started from the combination of Standard Trust Bank and United Bank for Africa. It was a task. Bringing everything together, salary harmonization is in part for profitability, bringing people together, the suspicion, the distrust, the issues, etc. And then your people from Standard Trust Bank wanted to be placed above others at UBA, but you can't succeed that way. The ODBA also, they expected these small people, etc. When I started banking, they were not born, etc. So bring it all together, I'm like, guys, did we make a mistake? Maybe I should have the service delivery suffered it. It took quite some time. In fact, this transformation, it took quite some time. So I'm like, wait, in my quiet time, I'm like, wait. Should I have just gone to UBA as CEO and allow Standard Trust Bank to continue on his own? And then maybe in future, 10 years down the line, 5 years down the line, we'll come together. But looking back today, and seeing the achievements and what we have done as a combined institution, today, our greatest achievement that there's nothing like old Standard Trust Bank, old UBA, everyone is the same thing, is gone forever. I don't even know who is who again. It's wonderful. It's a testament. It's also a test of, in a way, our ability to handle difficult situations. In fact, it is the most difficult corporate challenge I've ever had in my life. That is bringing the two together. And so when you look back and you hear about NatWest and Royal Bank of Scotland doing this for decades and all that, I can tell, because it's tough. It's smaller. It's easier for a big bank to just acquire a small bank. You just gobble it. You just But when you see like this kind of situation, it's tough. So I would say, yeah, there was a time I told myself, did you make a mistake even thinking of bringing the two? Couldn't it have been better to just go and run one and let another run this? And in future, when cultures are harmonized, I can now. But I'm happy that we took that bold step when we did. There was a time I thought about it, but now I think it's better. we took the decision when we did.
Absolutely. Round of applause is well deserved. And if it's any consolation, one of the greatest challenges that corporates have, and it doesn't matter where in the world, whenever you have a combination, it's a challenge, bringing them together and turning them into a seamless organization that is well-oiled and working together as one. And there's a lot of statistics on this that says that majority of mergers and takeovers do not realize the value that was intended when that merger and takeover was conceptualized. So the fact that you have done this with UBA and Standard Trust and is working well today is indeed a testament to execution. And so I commend you for that. Please, another round of applause. So there's some of this that are mine, some of them are not. So I will put a disclaimer out there in case any of them seem strange, right? So one thing I always ask leaders now, I ask about their philosophy on leadership, okay? Because at the end of the day, whatever it is we are doing is all about people. And, you know, there's this saying we all know that says strategy eats culture for breakfast. And what that essentially means is that it's all about people. You can have the best strategy if the people are not right, you're going nowhere fast. And so as a leader, what do you believe your role is? What is your role as a leader? Or at least, how do you see your role?
I think I tell you a story. So after the combination, after Standard Trust, when we started our Standard Trust, we set ourselves what we call then the 3-tier strategic intent. Tier 1 strategic intent was to turn this crystal bank that was researched into a viable financial institution and make it profitable. Tier 2 strategic intent was to become one of the top 10 banks in the country by year 5. Third tier strategic intent was to become one of the top 10 banks in Nigeria by year 10. These aspirations propelled all our activities, our aspirations, ambitions, and our execution. And so when we accomplished the second tier intent, we knew there were 3 leading banks in the country at the time: Union Bank, First Bank, and UBA. So we said it's either we combine one of these top 3, or we grow organically to become top 3, or a combination of small banks together. In preparation for this third tier intent, and as people who embrace excellence, I thought it was important that I improved my own capabilities to lead if given the opportunity, if this our third tier intent crystallized. And so I applied to the Harvard Business School for the AMP program. Some of my friends and colleagues were like, how can you leave the bank to go? I said, well, we know what the aspiration we have set for ourselves. We'll accomplish the first, we'll accomplish the second, so likely the third will come true. And so I went, and what my major learning point, and this is why when I came back, I made sure that our senior people took turns to attend the program. What I learned the most is your importance of people. That to execute your strategy, you must get your communication right. You must be able to assemble the right people, motivate people, reward people. In fact, it's all about people. And that is why, for those who have, and even Funke, if you recall how you and I got to know each other, it was an introduction by someone. I was saying that I needed people for scale, people who were experienced, etc. And someone gave me your name. I said, you, I think, the head of operations at JP Morgan. That this Nigerian lady, but I don't know if she wants to return to Nigeria. And if you call, I got your number and I sent a mail to you. I wanted to meet with you. And that's how you and I got to know each other. I am the chief recruiting officer of my group. And I said it to CEOs. You have HR organization, they should complement what you do, but you, the CEO, must lead. You know what you need. And you must, get everyone in the organization to help to achieve that. So I learned that people getting, and truly, that's what I do. Everything business we run, we have interest in different sectors. And some of my colleagues or friends wonder how I'm able to balance, do work and do soft life. And also, like, I'm not in the country. We had a party last night in Lagos. I flew at 4 a.m., to outside the party. But business is going on because I have capable people, men and women, who are driving the business. So I think that leadership is not about doing things yourself. Leadership is about getting things done through people. But to get things done through people, you must learn that there's a difference between abdication of responsibilities and delegation of functions. If you don't have the right layer that you can delegate to, you have abdicated your responsibility as a leader, you will fail. The organization will fail. But if you have the right people, if you have mobilized the right people, if you share the vision with the right people, that even they own it more than you do, then the decision is bound to succeed. So I would say the first job of a leader, the hallmark of true leadership, the definition of a good leader, everything about leadership starts and ends with people. And at times I tell myself when I'm also doing my own assessment, today there's only the market that assesses me. So if I do the right thing, market will assess me well. If I don't do the right, market will punish me. But I do take time to assess myself. And I know that my area of need or improvement is to keep improving how I manage people, how I lead people. As much as I've learned to understand it, having theoretical understanding, etc., and practical experience, there's still room for improvement. But for me, it's a journey. It's not a destination. And every day, I try to keep improving on that journey. And so if I think leadership is just that, it's about people. Because subset of leadership and people is the issue of culture. All of this come together. Execution, things don't just happen. People make things happen. And the realization of that and a prioritization of it helps to make a difference in leadership.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I totally agree with that. I'm going to stay on this topic of leadership. You're a global leader now, by any definition that anyone chooses. I would say you're a global leader. You're visible, high profile, high energy, influential in Nigeria and on the global stage, and flying the flag for us. Very proudly Nigerian, very proudly African, and on the global stage. So it means a lot. And so one of my questions, and amongst ourselves, as we were thinking about this conversation, we said, what does it take to truly become a global leader? What are the rules of engaging at that level? Are they new? Are they different? Are you able to give us some insights into how to play and engage at that level? Are there some principles?
Yeah, I think, when you said I started writing, I don't think to the point. But for me, this is what I wanted to achieve with this session too. And I hope my people are recording it because I would like to even listen to it subsequently. Is the originality, and your sessions are right, would like to have a copy of it, the originality of it all. I would tell you my own journey to the global arena. And I know. So when I left UB as CEO in 2010, I was just a local champion. But I've always had roadmaps in everything, every phase of my life, everything I do. Like I said, we had the roadmap phase of when we took over Standard Trust Bank, 3-tier strategic intent. When we took over UBA also, we had a 3-tier strategic intent, that first make UBA one of the leading banks in Nigeria. Two, one of the leading African banks, a Pan-African bank. That was what drove our expansion from just Nigerian operations to 20 African operations and 3 international centers. And third point here, to become a global financial institution with global footprints in key geographies of the world that matter in terms of the finance world. So that's why we're in London, which is the financial hub of the world, New York, financial hub, Dubai, a rising center for the Gulf and the Middle East, and a few other ambitions we had that would materialize in the fullness of time. So personally also, when I left UB in 2010, it was to also define the next phase. And the definition is that basically one is a Nigerian, an African, and a global citizen. And that these 3 spheres were important. And so we set up, I think that to a large extent, that self-consciousness and awareness that you're not just a local player, shouldn't just be a local player, is critical because it helps to drive so many things. I remember, I know, you know, what the saying that what you commit to, the universe has a way of making those things come true. Or work hard towards it. We define our purpose, and then we define what it will take us on that purpose. So for me, it is that definition, that aspiration, that first consciousness, what we wanted to achieve, and everything we did beyond just seeing ourselves as Nigerian. When we founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, for instance, and we said that we wanted to democratize luck, we wanted to create access to others, the access my mother and I had growing up, that I wanted others to also enjoy it. People wondered why we were thinking Pan-African and not just Nigeria. People wondered, have we succeeded in alleviating all the poverty in Nigeria that we're not thinking across Africa? But for us, we know that our foundation alone cannot even solve all the poverty issues in Nigeria, talk less of Africa. But we saw ourselves as catalyst. Let's start something that others can even improve on or do better than, or ability to galvanize and bring people together. We see or saw ourselves not just as Nigerians to solve Nigeria's problem, but also as Africans, and that the problem we had in Nigeria is also a problem in Ghana, a problem in Kenya, a problem in Cameroon, and that we needed, it was a wake-up moment, that no one but us would develop Nigeria or Africa, and that poverty anywhere is a poverty to all everywhere. If there's poverty in Kenya, it affects all of us everywhere. So for me, I think that broadness of mind, that vision, that consciousness, that definition of who you are, what you want to be, how you want to see yourself, that's what makes the difference. Anyone can be anything. Some might just want to be Pan-African. Some might just want to be Nigerians. Some might just want to be global citizens. So it's whatever sphere you choose to, depending on your own peculiarities, aspirations, sentiments, biases, just stay true to it, stay committed to it, embrace excellence, embrace execution, and also enterprise. That we partied till 4 a.m. this morning and I left to travel out is, I could also have decided to sit back and send a letter of apologies that I couldn't make it. But it's my choice. It's what I want to do. So those are things, whatever you decide to do in life, just know that hard work, excellence, execution, enterprise will always make the difference.
Right. Absolutely. A round of applause is well and truly deserved. And so the real nugget there is ultimately it depends on your objective. It depends on what you want, your own personal aspirations, and that's what will drive you to whatever level it is you have defined for yourself. Thank you very much for that. So Chairman Elumelu, I know your time is limited. Do we have a bit of time left, or should I wrap up now?
If there's one more question, then we can wrap up after that.
Okay, one more question. So let me look for one that really would engage everybody. Okay. If it's my last question for now, okay. So since by the way, since we're having this virtually and it was intended to be physical, I hope that when I come back for that physical, engagement, I will still have a yes. This is half, half of your promise we're fulfilling here. All right. So on that basis, because I'm going to be coming back to you and you will honor that. Thank you very much, I hope. My final question is one that I think really, I would say, touches a bit more on family. And we all know you have daughters. And we know that fathers are close to their daughters, and you are too, particularly so. And, we were sort of thinking, if any of your daughters approached you, and by the way, I've gotten different answers to this kind of question.
Okay,
if any of your daughters approached you and said they aspire to be like you, okay, Daddy, I want to be like you. I want to do the things you do. I want to do what you do on the global stage, on the local stage. What would your response be to your daughter? And what would you start doing or stop doing?
So it's an interesting question. Again, honest feedback, sincere answer. If you know my journey, I had first girl, second girl, third girl, fourth girl, fifth girl. And I am, life is so funny. So anyway, I'm wired. I have been wired. So I grew up, my mom still alive, 96. I have two sisters and my wife. So I grew up in the midst of women, and I've seen the power and the influence and what women can do. So when growing up and doing my business and everything, I have always in my brain, subconsciously there today, even though I have two boys now also, I've always I groom my daughters to do better than me, to achieve more, to excel better, in everything. And that is the philosophy. That is the philosophy. That's how I train them, etc. When my first daughter was 8 years old, I put her in front of over 3,000 crowd audience to deliver a speech. That was when I was leaving UBA. And I recall that morning, she was crying. 8-year-old to give a speech. Crying that morning. My wife said I should leave her daughter. I said, leave her, is learning. And why was I doing so? Because I knew what I encountered, stage fright, okay? And I wanted to eliminate it early in this young lady. And even if she made a mistake at age, she has so many more years ahead of her to correct it. Interestingly, she did so well. That same daughter of mine, my first daughter, she was last week in Dubai, now junior corporate city, global lady, to deliver a powerful speech. And, if you follow me on social media, I posted it on my LinkedIn, Facebook, and on my internet, Instagram and Twitter. I commended that. I was extremely proud of her. She did not get that overnight. It started from somewhere by deliberate to help prepare this person to be better than her dad. What were my shortcomings so that she is better prepared to lead beyond that? So things don't just happen like that. So my children, when I talk with them, when we're discussing career and everything, it's all, guys,
Absolutely. It is great to hear you say that. I mean, chucking your 8-year-old in front of so many thousand crowd, I think that is a baptism of fire.
It is.
So I know our time is up, okay? And I look forward to another conversation in person. Today, you have given us quite a range of nuggets. We have gotten deeper into the man to Lumelu, the thinking, the objectives, what is important. And it's been quite insightful. I agree with you, it's your own personal journey based on your own personal aspirations. But it's always good to hear the stories of leaders, because there's so many ways to skin a cat. And for that reason, hearing another leader's story definitely is always insightful and informative and instructive as well, especially this one today. So we have lots and lots of nuggets. We'll be sharing those nuggets so that it's not just restricted to those of us in this room. I'm going to thank you. By the way, there's one more thing that you're supposed to do. I don't know if Tomiwa and the others did not inform you, right? Since you didn't want to know the questions, it's not my fault, but it was something that was asked for. So, but as I wrap up, let me just say once again, thank you very much. Appreciating your candor, your, transparency, and just some giving of yourself in this conversation. I'm going to ask for one thing here as your parting gift to this room and people online. And it says, can you please give us a parting song to motivate the women leaders in the future? And apparently, so this has been planned. I'm not party to it, by the way. And I see here it says that we will ask the DJ to play the song as this conversation ends. So there's obviously a song already that has been pre-planned that maybe you and I are not privy to, but I'm hoping that this means something to you anyway. So, do we have Tomiwa or...
No, let me tell you the song I like now. Let DJ Google. Let me tell you.
Okay. Let me hold fire.
So, many songs, because I use songs to exercise, but the one that I like, I now play almost 5 times a day minimum, is Flavor, Ababola. So you can play Ababola.
Go.
Is that the one they chose?
Music, where are you? Can you play that so that Mr. Lumelu can really show us what he can do when it comes to his singing skills? He's a man of many talents. I did not know singing was one of them, right? So,
how much is money?
Oh yeah, now, Mr. DJ. Don't disappoint us. So. Everybody, we're waiting with bated breath. If he doesn't come up so soon, I may just have to let you go. I know that time is precious today.
Maybe
Ah.
the DJ was surprised to hear that maybe he might have programmed other things, other songs like soft tone, but you know, it's Ababola.
If you know, you know. But if you don't know, now you know. Now you know. Now you know. If you know, you know. You think about lots and pounds. Now you know. Now you know. How much is money? It's nothing. Balling. Premium or not. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know.
Thank you.
Now you know.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. I thought you were going to sing, actually. You know, but Mr. Lumino, let me release you. I say thank you. God bless you. Thank you so much. Have a great time in the US. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. Enjoy your evening. Thank you for the opportunity.
Bye-bye. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening. I hope that was insightful. I wondered whether the virtual version would work, but I think it's worked well. So thank you very much, everybody. And thank you to Tony Elumelu's team. I want to say thank you for organizing all of this. Even at the last minute, they were still checking things out today, making sure everything would work well, the dry run and all of that just today. Thank you all. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And a big round of applause to our chairperson here at APB for steering that conversation so nicely. Please let's do good by giving her a big hand as well. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you. It was quite a long one, but it was worth our time. Thank you so much. So much wealth of knowledge shared. I took 3 things: execution, and enterprise. Absolutely. What is your strategy worth if you will not put an action to it? Thank you so much. They call him the Lion King. Someone told me, make sure you say it. The Lion King, indeed he is. And he's truly making Nigeria, not just Nigeria, but Africa proud. If he can do it, we all can do it. Please, another big round of applause to the Lion King himself, a global leader, a man of many parts, Mr. Tony, yes, Mr. Tony Elumelu, CFR. Okay, so we will take a quick documentary. We were supposed to have taken it before, but we just needed to save on time. It's 4 decades of resilience, of great work here at the APWB. And it's important that we all journey through the path that we have taken until we got here. So I would like the media to please quickly play the APW documentary so that we can...
In the ever-evolving world of banking, one association has stood the test of time, empowering and elevating female bankers to new heights. Here's the story of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, celebrating 40 years of excellence. APWB at 40. Come along with us as we take you through our journey so far. Established in 1983, APWB was created with a mission to foster professionalism among female bankers and provide them with the resources needed to thrive in the 21st century banking industry. APWB has been a trailblazer since its inception. Founded by female fellows, honorary senior members, associates, and microfinance certified members. APWB was born out of a need to shatter glass ceilings and encourage more women to take on leadership roles.
Leaders like Financial Chairperson Lady Mrs. Maria Sokino, alongside visionaries like Mrs. Philip Emege, late Mrs. Bola Lukambi, late Mrs. Oyebukula Osindora, Mrs. Comfort Alagbi, and Mrs. Ebozi expanded the association's influence.
Seminars, symposia, and career counseling became integral parts of their initiatives, contributing to the growth of both members and the industry.
The early 2000s marked a period of significant growth. Mrs. M. Ige's leadership witnessed the relocation of the association's secretariat, the embrace of internet technology, and a series of impactful events, including career counseling and a Ghana night featuring prominent figures like Joseph Joe. Between 2007 to 2009, led by the Sasabiwe Kusomoto, the association established the APWB Cooperative Society in May 2008 to boost savings, investment, and provide capital for small businesses. Retired members were encouraged to become entrepreneurs. Mentoring projects for leadership development and succession planning were initiated and inducted new members, awarded 13 women fellows, and made voluntary donations. The association also contributed to the Association of Disabled Persons. Under Mrs. S.T. Again's leadership, innovative programs were introduced, including health talks and partnerships with Pan-African female groups. The APWB expanded its reach, opening zonal offices and enhancing communication among members. Mrs. Tino Thompson-Ajayi introduced online and VPN communication tools, initiated sitting allowances for committee meetings, organized seminars for members affected by the global financial crisis, forged strategic partnerships with Pan-African female groups, including New Faces, New Voices, led by Mrs. Grocia Marcel, corporate events and social responsibility, organized corporate forums, dinners, debate competitions, and career counseling. Engaging in social responsibility activities, including visits to a motherless baby's home. Partnered with Dangote Group on empowerment projects and strategy training. With Barrister Mrs. Dwayne Jojo as the chairperson from 2015 to 2019, the organization conducted impactful career counseling programs in 2017, benefited 725 students in partnership with Sterling Bank, engaged in various courtesy visits to government offices, banks, and dignitaries, fostering partnerships. The association actively participated in conferences and mentorship schemes, receiving awards for Best Branch in Membership Drive 2016 and achieving runner-up positions in 2017. Demonstrating a commitment to knowledge sharing, APWB organized the membership forum on protecting bank cards in April 2017. The association's focus remains on nationwide expansion and empowering professional women in the banking sector. As APWB progressed further, Mrs. Atinúkẹ́ Ishola emerged the chairperson of the association from 2019 to 2021. She spearheaded significant initiatives to enhance the organization's impact. She led the revamping of APWB's online presence, including social media and the website, ensuring a more dynamic and engaging platform. The association introduced an Instagram live series, providing a valuable avenue for interactive discussions. Emphasizing capacity development, she implemented programs aimed at empowering members. APWB conducted impactful career counseling sessions for secondary school students and launched a Twitter chat initiative, fostering meaningful conversations within the professional community. Here are some of our initiatives and activities over the years.
Inauguration of 2 chapters on Tuesday, February 23, 2016, and on Monday, May 9, 2016. Presently, APWB have chapters in Horseshoe, Wara, Ibadan, and Ogun states respectively. The association looks forward to inaugurating more chapters nationwide to boast a PWB membership contribution to the life of our children and youth.
Dear esteemed members of the Association of Professional Women Bankers of Nigeria, as we celebrate our remarkable milestone of the 40th anniversary of the association, I'm grateful to God for this global landmark. I have been a member of the Association of Professional Women Bankers for 17 years. I've been actively involved with the APWB, and I'm proud to be part of the success story.
Today marks a truly momentous occasion as we celebrate the 40th anniversary of our esteemed association. This milestone is a testament to the unwavering dedication, perseverance, and brilliance of exceptional women who have been part of the journey since inception over 40 decades. Our association has championed diversity, empowerment, and inclusivity within the banking industry, inspiring countless women to shatter glass ceiling and reach the heights in their career. Together, we have forged a path of progress, breaking barriers, paving new roads for future generations of talented professionals. Congratulations to us. This is too milestone, and here is the many more years to success and celebration. Thank you for being a part of this literature. I wish you the movement to be sounding celebration and happy 40th anniversary.
As APWB celebrates 40 years, they continue to inspire, empower, and lead. Here's to the next chapter of excellence and growth.
Thank you very much, media. Thank you. Thank you. So we sincerely apologize for the extended time we've spent so far, but we still have a session that we believe will still enrich us as we get deeper in the conversation around empowering women and, what next, really, what next? So please, I'd like to invite on stage, it's one enlightening session to another. I'd please like us to please settle down in the room if we're going to be part of the conversation. Yes, please, we need to, I know it's important that we all connect, but we need to keep the voice levels down. Thank you. We need to keep the noise levels down. Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to invite on stage to do the introduction and to drive the, yes, to drive the panel session conversation. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome on stage Miss Okweyemi Oduwole. Thank you. Please, can we put our hands together for her? She's going to do the introduction of all the panelists.
Good evening, everyone. And I'm sure that you've all had a really amazing time this evening. The panel session is going to be amazing. And I know we're busy taking pictures, but you don't also want to lose out on the nuggets that are going to be passed this evening. And I'll just quickly dive into the introduction. You know, over the last decade, we've seen a global drive to increase female representation across all sectors. We've seen more women in leadership than ever before. And that is something to be celebrated, I would say. In Nigeria, particularly in the banking sector, we've seen great strides. Yes, there is still a lot of work to be done, but we have seen great strides. We've seen a larger number of representation of women on boards than ever before. And of course, we thank the Central Bank of Nigeria for their 30% recommendation. However, I am a STEM girl. I read engineering. And there's one thing that I know, and it is that momentum that has been built, if not sustained, will definitely die out after some time. So we put together this amazing panel just to teach us or to educate us or to insight us, to dimension and unpack what it takes to continue to sustain the momentum that we're seeing thus far. If you remember Mrs. Adeshola's speech, she's talked about how far we've come, but she also talked about how far we need to go. So we're going to be talking about how far we need to go. And without further ado, I will introduce the panel. And I will introduce the panel not by reading their profile. I don't read profiles. I think that, if you downloaded the QR code, you have the profile. I want to tell you why you should listen to the people that are coming on the table. And in no particular order, I will tell you about Mrs. Ifeoma Okorue, currently the head of HR for Mocha Limited. Mocha Limited has had multiple awards since she took over the leadership about 5 years ago. But no, wait, ma, let me tell them, no, there's no rush. Mrs. Okorue has served in multiple sectors, from technology to oil and gas to banking or insurance, I should say, and now she's in manufacturing. So if there is anybody that has a multi-sector insight into handling people across different dimensions and sectors, it would be Mrs. Okorue. And that is the insight that she's bringing to the table today. We'd love to have you. Please come forward, ma. Thank you very much. In no particular order, we'll go to our next panelist, Mrs. Temi Dali. And Temi, I know personally. I've sat across her to have many interesting conversations. But apart from the many awards that Temi has won over her more than 20 years in banking, I can tell you, not from the books, but from experience, that Temi has a pulse on the future of work when it comes to people. And we can prove it. If you look at the track record of Sterling Bank, and even the transition to the whole crew. The ability to be multi-generational in your handling of people, to have a vision of how to manage a multi-dimensional organization and actually execute sits with Tammy. Is it won't she be what, it'll be what listening to her, wouldn't it? Tammy, can we have you on the table? Mrs. Darling. And last but not least, they call him the catalyst. When I saw catalyst, I'm sorry, sir, I had to go and check because it was a very unusual name until I saw that he read structural engineering. And I said, there's some, so he's STEM like me. But more than that, what's a catalyst? A catalyst speeds up the reaction. For those of you that read, just try. A catalyst speeds up the rate of reaction in a chemical, what's that word again? Speeds up the rate in a chemical reaction. Yeah, far for me. I can still remember after how many years without actually being consumed. So Mr. Olushola comes with the unique ability, and I say this because I have listened to him. He's never met me, but I am one of his students. I've listened to him several times at different stages in my career, with the unique ability to give you insight into why you are where you are and actually help you carve the road path to where you are going. I also have a couple of friends that he has mentored, so I know what I'm talking about. So, Mr. Olushola, thank you very much. And apart from that, let me even break it down that he has research, publications, articles, the track record, awards to back up the unique skill that has been placed in his hands. And it is these three awesome people that are going to be talking to us about building momentum. And I would have sat, but I think I should stand. I think it will be faster. As in, so that I can see everybody's face. I know when, but I'll start with Mr. Olushola. Mr. Olushola, honestly, since when I was young, they've been telling us women have challenges in the workplace. When I was in secondary school, they were saying the same thing. I finished, they were still saying the same thing. I started work and I've been working for a few years. They are still saying the same thing. So this is my question. Why? And I want to hear this from two dimensions. From you as a man looking outside in to women, and also from the multiple people you've coached and the different spheres of work you've done, psychology, all the different things. Why are women challenged in the workplace?
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening to my fellow panelists. I think the very first thing is the way we see the problem is the problem. And I'm gonna do this analogy for us, right? So can I have everyone's attention? Can I have everyone's attention? So I want you guys to disobey me. I want you guys to disobey me. So before you disobey, what am I holding in my right hand?
A phone.
What am I holding in my right hand? So keep your eyes on this phone. Keep your eyes on this phone. And I'm going to give you an instruction now. Don't think about this phone. Don't think about this phone. Don't think about this phone in my right hand. Don't think about this phone in my right hand. What are you thinking about? The phone in my right hand. Right? Now, do you know why? Because your subconscious mind that creates 95% of your outcomes and your results does not take negative instructions. It bypasses the negative word. So, your subconscious mind did not hear don't. So all you heard is think about this phone. And women have been programmed negatively. You always talk about the glass ceiling. You always talk about being second-class citizens. You always talk about, fighting the status quo. And that is where the problem is. Now, let me show you another thing. Now, this is the phone in my right hand. right? But I want you guys to think about something else. So I want you to think about this mic instead of this phone. Think about this mic instead of this phone. Think about this mic, phone. What are you thinking about?
The mic.
The mic.
The mic.
And that is what women need to do. They need to change their perspective. They need to change their mindset. And they need to change their focus. So it's not about what you don't want. It's about what you want. So what do you really want? That is the key. And that which we focus on, we manifest. So if you are focusing on yourselves being second-class citizens, if you focus on the fact that it's a man's world, if you focus on a lot of the things that the women's liberation groups talk about, you will always remain where you were. So to change your circumstances, you have to start changing your mindset. You have to change your perception. You have to change your utterances. You have to change your beliefs. And when all of those things change, you will change. And the situations and the circumstances around you will change.
Thank you so much, sir. So going out from this room, if there is one thing that Dr. Olushola just said, it is, what do I want? And that question, if you are going to change the narrative, I'm sure if I put Mrs. Adeshola, Mrs. Wright, Mrs. Benwilly, and so many, Mrs. Oshibogo, I can see so many people around the room. If I put them on this platform and said, what was core to you, it would be, what do I want? Irrespective of what is going on around me. Thank you very, very much, sir. Very critical. So, tell me, do you agree? Let me start from there before I hit you with the question.
I would say I'm in between. So I agree that the focus has to be on what you want and what you need to do to get what you want. But I would disagree slightly that those challenges don't exist. They do exist. But the truth is that the amazing women who have gone before us, who are doing amazing things, incredible things, have shown us that in spite and despite those challenges, we can be more and we can do more. Thank you.
Thank you. No, tell me, I'm not done. No. I'm not done. Wait. So now, on the back of that, because what I've heard you say is, Mr. Olushola is right in the sense that the mindset is important, but the problems do exist. So you've worked across, I've seen you work with across multiple generations, from the baby boomers to the Gen X, to the millennials, to my awesome Gen Zs, and the up and coming Gen Alphas. I love those words. As in, what would you say would be the best way for women? And I know it might be different for the different generations, but what would you say would be the best way, in addition to changing the mindset that there is a problem, to overcoming those problems in the workplace? Talking to all the women here in this room.
So I believe that the solutions or the strategies cut across the various generations. The application might be different, but what we all need to do is somewhat similar. But there are two perspectives to it, or there are two elements. So there's what we need to do as women, especially as the younger women coming up in the various industries. There is what we also need to do as leaders, because I know that there are leaders in the room. And that means that what we also need to do as organizations. And so I will start from what the organizations need to do and what the leaders in the room need to do. The first thing is that we need to create the enabling and thriving environment to ensure that we don't ignore the biases, but we put mitigants in place to ensure that those biases or the issues or the challenges in our environments, in our organizations, do not stop either gender from progressing. What sort of policies do we have in place? What sort of practices do we have in place? How do we deal with toxic work environments? Especially, speaking to the elephant in the room, in the financial services. I mean, things have changed, things are getting better. I mean, if I want to use Sterling as an example, year on year, we've won Great Place to Work because we've been deliberate and intentional in creating a thriving and enabling environment that is void of intimidation, harassment, bullying, and all of that. How do we ensure that both genders have the access to projects, to stretch assignments that would enable them to be ready when those expanded opportunities come up? How do we ensure that the things that naturally happen to women do not become a bias when we're thinking of putting them out there in terms of promotion or expanded responsibilities? I remember sitting and listening to Mrs. Shola once, and she talked about the opportunity to say, to give the woman the right to say, I want to take this on even though it's out of country. Sometimes as leaders, as business leaders, as HR leaders, as CEOs, we unconsciously make those decisions for women.
Exactly.
And I can go on. How do we ensure that we have allies and advocates from the other gender to ensure that we're holding up the hands of women and ensuring that we enable them? We talk about equality and equity in the workplace and inclusion, because you can tick the box and ensure that there's a quota. Are they truly included in things that make a difference and enable their progress and career growth in the organization? And then we come to the individual. What do we need to do as women? The first thing I always say, or I have 3 C's, and then I'll move to other things. The first thing is character. What is your brand? What does it say about you? What type of person are you? When you're not in the room, what are people saying about you? What are your vibes? What are you given? Like the Gen Zs will say. Are you the person who is willing and able to take on more and do much more and give more of yourself and volunteer your time? And in that space, you're building your technical and your soft skills and your social skills. And then we come to competence. You can't compromise on that. How competent are you? How do you ensure that you are always on top of your game in whatever field that you sit in, that you operate in? How do you utilize the resources that are available? There are a lot of employee resources within organizations now, and even in the ecosystem. I mean, there's Wimbies, there's Whisker, there's so many that are there offering opportunities to mentor and sponsor women. How are you utilizing that? You yourself as a woman, how are you standing up against biases? And how do you challenge? How are you using your voice in the workplace? And when you get that opportunity to sit at the table, what value do you bring to that table? Or do you sit on that table as a quota? You're just grateful to be on that table. How sustainable is us being on the table? That is the next. If you look at all of the data that we see, yes, we've made a lot of strides in terms of trying to bridge the gap. But in truth, in recent years, corporate, if you look at it corporately, globally, you look at corporate environment, a lot of female executives are resigning and stepping down. How do we ensure that even as we start our careers, even at mid-level, at senior level, how do we build the resilience and the grit to deal with the vocal world that we're living in, the uncertainty that we're all dealing with? And so there's so much that we can do for ourselves to build the capabilities and the skill sets that we need. How do we amplify what we can do and what value that we bring and ensure that it's sustainable? I think I'll stop there. So
Thank you very much. So there's a challenge to the leaders in the room. There's something Kamala Harris says that I absolutely love. If you are in the room, then you deserve a seat at the table. And if you deserve a seat at the table, then you better bring your A game to the table and contribute in that room. So the next time you are standing in that room and imposter syndrome is trying to kill your voice, remember, you are in the room, you deserve a seat at the table, and you owe it to yourself, and to everyone that put their foot out there for you to make sure that they see that you do deserve to be in the room. I hear you, ma. Okay, so just quickly as we start to close, I wish we had more time. On a broader and a larger paradigm, and I'm still going to give us a closing, an opportunity to give a closing remark about he for she. Because we aim to impact larger than the banking sector. And I think that's very critical because you've worked across multiple sectors. What are the external influences? Because Temi's spoken to, Mr. Olusola has spoken to your mind. Temi has spoken to, what's going on in the workplace. But I want you to address to this room the other things that influence or could influence or could kill the momentum of women moving forward in the marketplace.
So yeah, a lot has been said about, women and where we are, in this trajectory. But I think what's also important or as important is to also think about the cultural biases that would likely be a hit to the success of, us having a win-win, a seat at the table, being a voice to be heard. That's a key aspect because I think it was Tony Olumelu that had said that culture is strategy for breakfast. So you might have the best strategy. However, if you do not have the right culture within. So speaking about the external factors, I mean, you have things like the microaggressions that women are faced with. And what that means is that you are sitting around the table. And, I think that's even where a lot of the imposter syndrome comes from. Because it really speaks into that culture. Women are not supposed to be seen and not to be heard. They're to, you sit at the table and you would only speak if you are asked to. But I would rather like to flip it to see this from a different angle, right? I mean, you spoke about the he for she campaign. I would rather like to see it from an economic imperative, right? What value would women be bringing to the table once, we find ourselves at the table, right? I think there's a report from a McKinsey report that speaks to the fact that women could actually contribute 26% to the global GDP if given the opportunity. So I believe that's the angle a lot of organizations should even begin to look at the value that women bring to the table, rather than looking at it as a narrative for balance. I would rather look at it from the point of view of what value economically would women be bringing to the table to this organization, if it's an organization, to the country, if you're looking at it, from the country's. One advice, for women would be value, value, value. I believe also it's Adeshola that spoke about technical competence. So we can't have, created this lovely platform for women to come on only to find that, you have nothing up there. So one of the ways which I believe, when I spoke to Funke earlier on, I'm like, look, you already have a great platform for women to succeed in the banking sector, right? With all the mentoring and, all the programs that you have in place. Women should be seen, we should begin to take advantage of such programs to help improve capacity. Because the truth is sometimes you have technical knowledge, but you may not really have the other aspect that will to soar in, the role that you find yourself. So yes, the, external influences will be there. However, again, just speaking to what Larry had also said, battle of the mind. You need to do that battle in your head. Once that's done, you need to have a capacity to do well. Once that's done, you find yourself at the table and you need to start to put in place, the actions that would, allow the business to see value in you. Hope that clarifies.
Fantastic. And you know why I love what you just said? I don't think women understand how much every single woman that enters the room must put value on the table. Because for everyone that doesn't, you affect the narrative and the door opening for others. But because of time, we will close. I wish we had time. But I want us to leave the room with something to think about from the he for she perspective. But not he for she in terms of he for she in the office. Because I don't think a he for she mentality starts when you're in GM or when you're an ED. I think it starts when you're a young boy and your mother tells you, you and your sister, there's no difference, for lack of a better word. How do we weave? Because like you said, culture is real. In fact, one of my strongest mottos is culture is a real, silent, and very powerful force that can destroy you if you don't know how to manage it. Right? So how do we weave he for she into the fabric of society? So I will start with you, then we will go to Temi, then we'll close out with Dr. Olushola. How do we weave he for she into the fabric? And just give 1 or 2 points or things you think we can do to weave he for she into the fabric of society.
I think one great way would be to keep communicating. Keep communicating, keep talking about it, keep speaking about this narrative. Because as we know, he for she is the support, system that would enable, this balance that we're speaking to. We've talked about buy-in, very important that, if you're in an organization, that you're getting the buy-in straight from the top and it feeds down. Obviously, once you get the buy-in at the top level, it means that you can easily weave into your strategy. You can weave it into KPIs, sustainability KPIs, and they are measured. And as you know, if, remind me, what gets measured gets done. Thank you. So it's important that, we design frameworks around it, around this narrative, begin to measure and also put in the work, because it's also nice, there's a lot of documents, there's a lot of talk, but I think we now need to get to the point where action needs to be put in place to drive this narrative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt. Temi, how do we drive he for she into the fabric of society?
Thank you, Okwe. I think one of the things that we need to do as a nation, I know that we haven't closed the gap in terms of the inequalities, but I know that there's been a lot of deliberate attempts for the girl child. And we see that, we see the impact of that. I mean, we see the numbers, the data, the statistics are there to see that we're seeing more and more women across board. I believe that we need to begin to think about frameworks, resource groups for the young boys, for the young men, because it starts from that point, even from the home front. When we begin to think, train them and sort of create an awareness around equality and letting them know what it means when we talk about DEI, I think it will be important. In fact, it could even be part of the curriculum. So that we begin to change this cultural narrative and these biases that we see across the society. Organizations also have a role to play. I mean, a couple of months ago, we launched a resource group for men called the Anchor. We've had a women group for years, but we realized that as we begin to see a lot more women unlocking their potential and doing more, we want to see the same, across the board, because we need both genders.
Yes.
In as much as we talk about the value and the advantages when we're able to drive or sort of work on this gap, we need to also ensure that the young men and the boys are also equally equipped with what they need to play the role of allies and advocates.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Dr. Olusola, let's end with you.
All right, thank you very much. I think when we talk about society, what are we talking about? We're talking about ourselves, right?
Yes.
And where do we find ourselves? We have to look at 4 critical places. Family is the bedrock of society. And so we've got to go back to the family system. And we need to begin to change our traditions and our cultures within the family system. And Tammy spoke about, I think it was you or Tammy that spoke about the fact that when you're bringing up your children, male and female, you must bring them up with the same values, with the same fundamental principles, and you must get them to believe in themselves. You must get them to build their competencies and their abilities. But most importantly, you must teach them to sell and position themselves. Not as women or as men, but based on the value that they provide and they give to society. That's the first thing. Then we need to go back to our religious institutions. And, you know, tradition filters into religion.
That's true.
You know, the tradition about, men dominating women is rife in our religious institutions. We have to change that. Also, you cannot do both without also changing, the tradition in our schools, primary schools, secondary schools, and tertiary institutions. Most importantly, the primary schools. Between the ages of 0 to 7, 90% of the mindset of a child is formed. So we need to go back to the nursery and primary schools and incorporate it into the curriculum, enforce it, and ensure that the teachers, right, they treat students as equals, male and female. And then finally, we need to come back to our institutions and our organizations and embed it into the culture. Equity, equality, into the culture. You know, it was Peter Drucker that says that culture eats strategy for breakfast. Culture is at the heart of everything that we become long-term. So organizations have to embed equality and equity into their culture. Thank you.
Fantastic. So thank you very much. I wish we had more time because I think that our panelists had so much more that they could have given to us in terms of knowledge. But I want to leave you with this thought. If you are a leader in this room and you are not involved in policy making in one way or the other in this country, then women empowerment, he for she advocacy are going to die a natural death. Because if you heard what they said, you would have heard things like schools, education curriculum, fabric of society. You'd have had changing mindset, instilling it in work policies. All those things cannot be driven outside of country and country policies. So I want to challenge some of the women, if not all in this room. It is time for you maybe to go back to school and go and study government policy. It is time for you to get that office, go and run for an office. It is time for you to sit in that subcommittee and feed into the fabric of the decisions that are made about the policies that run the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is our responsibility to make sure that women empowerment does not die. If it does, we failed. On that note, thank you very much, sir and ma'ams. We had a wonderful time and we appreciate you loads and loads. Thank you.
Sabi girl no they too like dog. Animals they in human. Sabi girl no they too like dog. Animals stay in human form. Body man, nobody like work, but you must hustle if you want job. If don't finish, they don't fight us. If them they run, them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my kind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Cooking on my fantasy. I want to check if my daddy no wrong. But it rush, whatever enemy much. Now gonna make my daddy the rush. Thank you very much. Got money with us. Yeah.
DJ, thank you. Sorry. I know that time is fast spent and we really did that dance, but we can't have it at the moment. So this is one of the high points of tonight's event, and I know that all the conversations have taken a lot of our time tonight, but they're worth our while. Wow. But it's really worth a while. Thank you so much for the insights shared by our panelists and the conversation around, positive masculinity, ensuring he for she. Very, very, very important at the workplace and even from the home, from their little age to when they grow up. You don't just stumble on all of that. You have to start it at the get-go. I'd like to, we would take the spoken word after, but we need to move on to the award presentation, which is a critical part of tonight's event. Please, I'd like to invite on stage to facilitate that process. Please, I'd like to invite Mrs. Funke Isiche and Mrs. Rolake Akingokwe Filani to please come up stage to drive this process. Thank you very much. That way.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a very long evening. We're going to try and do this as quickly as we can. I'm Rolake, and I'm delighted to be joined by Olufunke Isiche to get through the awards presentation ceremony. So we're going to recognize some really important personalities, but before that, we would like to show special appreciation to our distinguished speakers and panelists.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for staying with us till this time. So we'll start by our distinguished panelists. I don't know, I think I'll start with the man. So we'd like to start with our he for she representation tonight. I've had the opportunity to listen to him in church and in a number of sessions, and you'd agree with me that he's done great today. So everyone, please, would like to give this award as an appreciation for what he's done tonight and what he's done in supporting and enabling and empowering women. To give this set of awards, we would like to invite our Honorable Chair, where is she? All protocols observed, Mrs. Funke Ladimeji, to please come up to the stage and quickly help us with these presentations. Yes, ma'am. I don't want to start reading her accolades, but can she just have a very resounding round of applause? She's put all this together. She's led this community of women who are looking to do great things and are already making a mark in the workplace and in life generally. So the first awardee tonight will be Dr. I believe it's a doctor now, Lanre Olushola. We want to appreciate you for everything you've done for women, for every education you give, for your support, for creating value, and for teaching us how to think, and for letting us know we are special. We are not a lower species, and we are different. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you.
On behalf of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, I give you this token of our appreciation to say thank you for making it today and for the nuggets you have shared with us. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate you. The second award tonight goes to your giving, goes to our champion, our super mentor, the mentor of mentors. I'm a beneficiary of her mentorship with a number of leaders, and I can tell you a lot of things changed in my work life, in my personal life. I cannot even begin to tell you. We met her the first time. By the second time, we were all giving testimonies. It was as if we were in church. I would like to invite Ms. Bola Adeshola onto the stage. Accolades, if I start now, I won't finish. But I want you all to scream and welcome her here. She's been a pillar of support for APWB, a powerful woman. She says, go, I'm standing behind you. Every time we call her, she answers us. She's a sister, a mother, a friend, a mentor. That was a bang to say we love you. Oh, one as a keynote speaker. So she has 2 awards. So that is for her mentorship, leadership, support, her keynote address today. And that is for her being a panelist. Okay. And we're grateful for all of it, ma'am.
So I think, as you heard, she's a beneficiary of that leadership series with Mrs. Adeshola. But this today, on behalf of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, I offer this as a mere token of appreciation for the keynote address of today, for the nuggets in that address, and just to say thank you for making the time to be with us today. Oh, that was the keynote, actually.
Okay, so we'd like to appreciate our other panelists. Our able head of HR who has always led by example. You know the transformation that has happened in Sterling Bank. And would like to appreciate Temi Dali for sitting on the panel today and sharing nuggets. It's not only to have theory, it's to have executed and shown results. And that is what our panelists today are about. We didn't just get you people who can speak. We got you people who can walk the talk, and they've done that. So a resounding round of applause for someone who's built a healthy workplace, who's transformed an organization, and has practiced worship preaching.
So Temi is one of us. She's on the EXCO, and so she has enriched our EXCO in no small way. And I want to say thank you to you, Temi, for not only being a panelist, but for essentially organizing that we have this event today and have this panel discussion. So thank you so much for everything. And there's a lot more to come, as you know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to also invite Ms. Ifoma Okoren to the stage for an appreciation award for being a panelist tonight. Your footprint in the workplace cannot be taken for granted. You've done a lot, and a lot of ladies look up to you. You are indeed a role model, and we are grateful that you gave us your time tonight. And we appreciate the points you gratefully shared.
Thank you, Ifoma. This is for you. It's a token of our appreciation for your participation as a panelist today. Thank you so much, and we look forward to having you back again. Thank you.
One more. The last awardee in this category is a firebrand. She was the facilitator of the panel, Okpayemi Oduwole. I'm proud to say she's a sister, she's a friend, she's an ex-colleague. And you see, she did an amazing job. You don't need to prep her for these things. She's just always on point. And she was an astute banker, and she is still an exceptional wealth manager. Okpayemi, congratulations. I'm not the one giving you the award.
Yes, accolades for Okpayemi as well. Okpayemi, well done. When they said who is going to be the moderator, in one breath, I said Okpayemi. You know, she has the energy to drive the room and, you know, take everything up a notch in terms of tempo. So Okpayemi, thank you very much. I know it's a busy time for you, but despite that, you've made it. Thank you. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you for leading the panel to such a productive outcome. God bless you.
Thank you. So we're going to move now to the presentation for the founding fathers of APWB. This is a very special award because we just talked about recognizing he for she's and champions of diversity and inclusion. They haven't just been champions, they've been allies. The first person we'll be recognizing is Mr. Raphael Osayeme. He was a seasoned corporate titan for over 40 years in banking and finance, and his professional career reached its peak as twin president and chairman of council of the CIBN, an association of banking institutes in West Africa. A round of applause as we celebrate a real he for she and founding father of APWB, Mr. Raphael Osayeme. A round of applause for him. He's not here today, but we have Mr. Yinka Odutola, who is a member of council, who will pick up the award on his behalf. So can we also celebrate Mr. Odutola as he comes up to pick up the award on behalf of Mr. Osayeme? And I'd like to invite the National Treasurer of the CIBN, Mrs. Moji Bakare, to help us with the presentation of this award. A round of applause for her, please, as she comes up as well. Thank you. Please keep clapping as they come up. Keep the energy going. We're grateful for Mr. Osayeme's leadership and his stellar contributions to the CIBN.
With great appreciation, this award is presented to Mr. Raphael Osayeme FCIB, founding father of APWB, on the occasion of the APWB 40th anniversary dinner award recognition. Please ensure that you tell Mr. Osayeme how grateful we are that he's really supported the Association of Professional Women Bankers. He's our major hero, he for she. Thank you.
Yes, we have two more gentlemen in this category to present to. The next awardee is Mr. Femi Ekundayo, FCIB. He's a distinguished professional in the finance industry with a rich educational background, including associate membership of the CIBN, of course, and additionally, he served as pioneer GM of corporate finance at First Interstate Merchant Bank and was also the pioneer MD of Depcon Merchant Bank, as well as pioneer MD of Resort Savings. He's not here today, but the award is being received by his son, Mr. Olufunsho Ekudayo. A round of applause for Mr. Femi Ekundaya, FCIB. And finally, in this category, we have Professor Wole Adewumi, FCIB. He's a highly accomplished individual with a diverse professional background. In the banking sector, he has made many stellar contributions over the years. He's also been Commissioner for Finance and Economic Development in Ondo State, which happens to be my state. He's also serving as the Executive Director at the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation and served as President of the CIBN and the Association of Professional Bodies in Nigeria. Professor Wole Adewumi is here with us today, I believe. Yes, so please a round of applause for him as he comes up, or he's just left. Oh, he's left. Okay, can we have maybe a member of council to come up and receive the award on his behalf? Vice President Ogungwemi will come and do the awards. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he comes to do the awards? Thank you. So there lies the completion of the awards for founding fathers of APWB. We'll now move over to the next category of awards.
Thank you very much, Rolake. The next category of awards goes to past chairpersons. We have awards for the chairpersons we've had from 1983 to 2021. These are women who have led this great body, this noble institution, and have given us a reason to be here today to calibrate all the work they've done. I would like to start with late Maria Shokenu. She was our president and chairperson between 1983 and 1991. I believe our daughter should be here to receive the award. Late Mrs. Shokenu is the pioneer managing director of the defunct People's Bank of Nigeria, and under her leadership, the bank was birthed as a result of a gap that she saw as a banker. She worked in several banks in the United Kingdom before returning to Nigeria to work for the new Nigerian Bank, Owena Bank, EcoBank, and People's Bank of Nigeria. She was a pioneer member of the banking industry for women, and she set the tone for a lot of the things we're able to achieve today. Thank you so much for coming to receive this. I believe you should be extremely proud of your late mom.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a very, very important lady in the association. She was the first chairperson of the Association of Professional Women Bankers. From some conversations with the men, particularly the past presidents, one or two of them told me some interesting stories about how Mrs. Shokenu basically moved everything in order to make sure this association came into being and basically took its position within the banking world. And so, on behalf of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, on behalf of female bankers as a whole, we say thank you to you, for the purpose of what your mom did for the association. We recognize what she has done. She's laid a foundation. She blazed the trail for the rest of us, and we're thankful. And the least we could really do today was to honor her with this. Thank you very much. Can we have the first vice of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, the first vice, the honorary secretary? Are you around? First vice, honorary secretary.
Thank you. We are inviting the delectable, ever vivacious Abiola Bolarinwa, our first vice, to come up and present the next set of awards. A round of applause, please. It's not easy leading organizations, and it's not easy leading women. You know that, right? Okay, so the next award goes to Mrs. Comfort Alagbe. She was the chairperson between 1991 and 2002. I don't know if there's anybody around here to receive the award on her behalf. She led great strides in her time, and she set a lot of footprint for women with which we are working with today. Congratulations. I believe that we'll find a way to get the award across to her. Congratulations to her and her family. Thank you. The next award is for Mrs. Victoria M. Ige, who was a chairperson between 2003 and 2007. Is there anyone here for her? I believe Mrs. Elizabeth Wilson Odion is here to receive the award on her behalf. Thank you very much, ma'am. Mrs. V.M. Ige sustained very strongly the campaign for leadership drive during her tenure at Association Development. Her reign as APW chairperson witnessed tremendous growth in membership and other innovative activities. The association relocated from Union Bank Training School to its now secretariat, and the first administrative officer was recruited. Thank you so much for coming. Congratulations.
On behalf of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, we thank you, we appreciate you, and we present you this award.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Quickly, we'll move to the next award. It goes to Chief Mrs. Kusamotu, who was the chairperson between 2007 to 2009. I believe her sister, Mrs. Kemi Ibiwoye, should be here to pick up. Is Mrs. Ibiwoye here? Okay, thank you so much. Please come upstairs. Pastor Mrs. Stella Bioye Kusamotu, retired as an executive director, has always been involved in women activities, even along her career as a banker. She was at a time the chairperson of APWB and was involved in various NGOs and developmental programs. Congratulations to her.
Thank you very much for receiving this award. We thank you for all your contributions to the Association of Professional Women Bankers. Thank you so much.
All right, we quickly move to the next award, which goes to Mrs. Silifat Taiwo Ige. She was chairperson between 2009 and 2011. I don't know if there's anybody around. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. She was a competent strategist, or she is a competent strategist, capable of developing innovative plans, activities to facilitate competitive growth. She was a pioneer staff of CDL and played a significant role in the establishment of the organization. She is the current CEO of Charito Ventures. Congratulations, and thank you for coming, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Ige is one of the Mrs. Iges that chairs the Association of Professional Women Bankers. And not only did she chair at the time, she's one of those I refer to as my key advisors. People that I run to, that I lean on whenever it's necessary, and never really says no. He's always available to offer a word of advice, to also help to deal with any knotty kind of issues. So I want to say thank you for that. And then on behalf of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, thank you for your contributions to the association over the years and for the fact that you continue to contribute to the association. Thank you, Ma, and God bless you.
All right, the next awardee is our chairperson for 2011 to 2014, Mrs. Tinola Thompson. I believe she's around. A round of applause for her. She's been here for so long. You know, when you're such an achiever, it's not easy to just sit down at this event. She's a fellow of CIBN and a certified information systems auditor, CISA associate member. She's an associate member of the Nigerian Institute of Marketing and a foundation member of Women in Banking, Finance, and Investments in Nigeria. She has served in many different leadership capacities and has set a very, very impressive footprint in every industry she's touched. Congratulations, ma'am.
Can we call up the first vice of the association? Can we call the first vice of the association? And we are, yes, the first vice of the association. Okay, ma'am. I think we should just, let's do the award. Can we, Otumba ma, I'm coming down in just one moment, ma'am. Yes, absolutely. So, on behalf of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, I want to say thank you to you, Mrs. Tinola Thompson Ajayi, for your contributions to the association, for always being there for me, for always offering your words of advice, and for being part of what I call the elders of APWB, who constantly are there to speak the words of wisdom at the right time. I know she looks very young, and she is young, and very young at heart as well, and very energetic. So thank you, ma'am. God bless you for all you do.
The next person would like to recognize as the second female president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria from 2014 to 2016 is Otumba, Mrs. Adebola Oshibogo, FCIB. A round of applause for her as she comes gallantly, looking all graceful to receive her award. Women not only took their places in spaces occupied by women, but in places occupied by men predominantly. So she deserves a round of applause as she comes up to receive. And for this award, we would like to call our delectable, graceful Mrs. Bola Adeshola to please come and present the award to Otumba, Mrs. Debola Oshibogo. A round of applause for the ever graceful and delightful Mrs. Bola Adeshola. Beyond being a fellow and former president of the CIBN, she is also a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Management, Institute of Directors, as well as a fellow of the Association of Enterprise Risk Management Professionals. A round of applause, please.
Animals, they in human form. Man, nobody like work, but you must hustle if you want.
Let's appreciate the awardees. It's not easy to have led at that period and still be supporting women at this time. It's not easy. These were the people that worked so we could run. Let's appreciate them. Thank you very much, ma'am. We quickly go back to the chairperson's category. And the next awardee is Barrister Mrs. Toyo Ojo. She was chairperson of APWB between 2015 and 2018. I believe Mrs. Onitiri is here to pick up this award on her behalf. Do we have Mrs. Onitiri in the hall, please? Thank you very much. Mrs. Ojo is an independent legal and banking professional with over 35 years experience. And recently she received a certificate of completion from the International Finance Corporation for her participation in the Trainers on Sustainable Banking Certification Program. Congratulations to her.
So on behalf of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, we offer this token of appreciation to Barrister Mrs. Tonyo Ojo for her leadership of the association during her time as chair, as well as her leadership as one of the key people who also makes sure and has an interest and feels a passion for the Association of Professional Women Bankers. And so this is just to say thank you for all she does, and we hope she continues to support us in the way she has done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam President and Chairperson. The last person in this category is Mrs. Tinukele Ishola between 2019 and 2021. Mrs. Oh, she's online? Oh, fantastic. A round of applause for her. Mrs. Tinukele Ishola is a seasoned banker with over 25 years cognitive experience across different roles in the industry. She's a fellow of CIBN, as well as an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Loan and Risk Management of Nigeria. She also holds a certificate in International Finance Reporting, ACCA UK. She is happily married with children. Thank you very much, ma'am. Congratulations. We appreciate it.
Mrs. Tinule Ishola is the immediate past chair, so I took over from her. And my coming to the association, my role in the association now has a lot to do with her as well as Mrs. Ojo. I don't think I would have been here as chair of this association if not for the effort of Mrs. Ojo as well as Mrs. Tinukele Ishola. And so I want to say thank you, just for me. And then say thank you also on behalf of the Association of Professional Women Bankers for your continued support. So even though you're no longer at the helm, you remain focused, you remain trying to make sure that things are going well. The association is going to the heights to which you believe it should, and I agree with you. And also that we're getting all the support. We're observing the right protocols in order to make sure that we have an association that essentially is seamless. So thank you very much for all you do. God bless you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the final category of awards, which we already started previously with Otumba Oshibogo. This award is for the first female president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Women, of course, not just dominating their own spaces, but those held by men. Mrs. Juliet Madubueze, FCIB OON, was a woman who excellently took her seat at the table from 2006 to 2008. Lawyer, banker. She's also a former GM for Union Bank and was a director in Union Bank Trustees and the Central Bank of Nigeria, as well as an executive director at Universal Insurance. She's not here tonight, but we'll have Abiola Bolanriwa accept the award on her behalf. Can we please give her a resounding round of applause as the first female president of the CIBN? Thank you.
I didn't know vex for me. Said I never go distance, but I hope that you are well. I hope your mind gets down every day not a prayer.
And the final person
God bless you.
in this category, it's a very interesting award actually. It's for the first female bank worker in Nigeria. The first female bank worker in Nigeria. And this award goes to the late Mrs. Sarah Morocco Clark, popularly known as Iron Lady. She was an alumnus of Queen's College and started her career with First Bank, then the Bank of British West Africa, and subsequently Standard Bank. And she rose through the ranks at First Bank of Nigeria. She was manager of numerous First Bank branches and was subsequently made a regional manager in Bendel, Ogun, and Oyo State. She's not here, but we have Ms. Ronke Adeyinka of First Bank. Is Ms. Ronke Adeyinka of First Bank still here? No, she's not here. She's gone. So I guess I will ask our chair to please receive the award on her behalf for the late Mrs. Sarah Morocco Clark.
I didn't know that's for me. Say I never go.
I accept the award on behalf of, which is for Mrs. Sarah Morocco Clark, as the first female banker in Nigeria. Okay, first female bank worker in Nigeria, many years ago. Obviously, she's one of the very first, if not the very first, that has led the way for the rest of us. We thank her and we will make sure this award gets to her family. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. That will be the end of the awards. Can all the executives come on stage and cut the anniversary cake?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations to all the award recipients. Please, can all the recipients gather here, led by our president, our chairperson? Can we all come behind the cake to cut the cake? Can we all come behind, all front here? Mr. Vitali, please. Our CIBN treasurer, Ma and Sa, please, up stage here. Well, beside the stage here so that we can cut the anniversary cake. It's 40 years and we all have to be part of this momentous occasion. Thank you. Please, let's cut the cake. Our founding mothers, leaders, chairpersons, please let's come forward. Our award recipients, please let's come forward. Thank you for being a part of this. I know it's been a long night. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please let's step forward and be part of this. On the tree, Daniel Ocorn, thank you.
Call the National Treasurer, please. National Treasurer of Mrs. Muji Bakari. My dear sister, it's been a long night. Can we please come and cut the anniversary cake, please? And our he for she too. Absolutely.
I didn't know that's for me. Say I never go.
Can we have some music? Thank you very much, Daniel Lecon. Thank you. We move to White Peak. Thank you. White Peak, let's go.
I didn't know that's for me. Say I never do these things. I hope you're mine. Every day I pray for you. Make me go back, God bless you. Forget I hope you see my friend. Oh my God, you. Me be your friend indeed. Money control. I don't give something. What was your I'm saying I get now from you. How are you, my friend? Always stay in my mind. I did it gone. Now you shooting for the light.
DJ, please, can we bring down the volume? Thank you. Can we have, is Mrs. Adyoshu here? Mrs. Adyoshu and Mrs. Olajude, thank you. It's your process.
Well, we just say a quick word. First of all, I want to thank you all for staying behind this late. It's really been a very long evening, but we sincerely appreciate you. And this is really labor of love. Thank God for 40 years. I think a lot has been said about how we're celebrating the 40 years. And it is, as Mrs. Adeshola said, it's not rice and beans, so we thank God. We're going to take this photo and then we're going to take a few more photographs before we call it a wrap. So, can we do nice? That small technical. We'll use it. Yes. It's just symbolic. Yes. So we're going to say APWB, A, P, and then when we get to the B, then we. All right, thank you. Then our D's, please. Chair, you have to stay, please. Our D's, please. Our D's.
Let's go. All right, let's go. Get on the stage, please.
Oh yeah, all excos, APWB excos. Thank you. APWB excos, thank you. Please, upstage. Congratulations, the beautiful together. Excos. Please, committee, get ready. Planning committee, get ready. Congratulations. It's 40 beautiful years. Congratulations.
To like dog, animals they in human. Human nobody like rock, but you must hustle if you don't finish them fight us, and they run them to feed that truck. No, they like us. They say you know, get